Tonight, we're exploring the complete history of Westeros before the Targaryens. There is plenty to unpack tonight, but I'll keep the narration slow and steady so you can still ease into sleep. Thank you to those of you who've been joining us consistently. If you're falling asleep with us tonight, let me know in the comments how many nights in a row you've been here. And if this is your first night, just comment Night 1. Now back to the video. Long before kings raised banners over stone castles, before the faith of the Seven rang its bells in southern towns, and before the name Targaryen was ever heard in Westeros, the land belonged to older peoples and older memories. The earliest age remembered by the inhabitants of Westeros is called the Dawn Age. It was a time when the forests seemed almost endless, when rivers ran through lands untouched by roads, and when the children of the forest lived beneath the branches of the great weirwoods. They were small in stature, but their influence upon the land was immense. They carved solemn faces into pale trunks, spoke to the old gods through leaf and root, and practiced forms of magic that later human generations could scarcely understand. The children were not alone. Ancient songs and northern traditions speak of giants wandering through the mountains and forests beyond the neck, huge figures whose voices carried across the snow. Whether every tale is literal, or whether time has enlarged the memory of ordinary beings, is impossible to know. That uncertainty lies over all of Westerosi history. The oldest events were not written by careful historians. They were remembered in songs, carved into trees, and passed from one generation to the next until history and legend became impossible to separate. Then, roughly 12,000 years before Aegon's conquest, the first men came from Essos. They did not arrive in ships. They crossed by way of a natural land bridge that connected the eastern continent to Westeros, a broad passage later broken and swallowed by the sea. With them came horses, bronze weapons, new styles of warfare, and a culture built around clan, kinship, and conquest. To the first men, the forests were open country. To the children, they were sacred places filled with memory. The two peoples soon came into conflict. The first men felled weirwoods to build homes and clear fields. The children answered with the powers of the forest, and the war that followed endured for generations. It was not simply a contest between armies. It was a struggle between two ways of understanding the world. One side measured land in fields, rivers, and strongholds. The other saw every grove as part of a living and enchanted whole. At last, both peoples understood that victory might destroy the land they were fighting to possess. Their leaders met on the Isle of Faces, an island in the lake called the God's Eye. There, beneath ancient weirwoods, they forged the Pact. The first men would keep the open lands, while the children would retain the deep forests. The newcomers agreed to honor the old gods, and the children promised peace. The terms may have been simple, but the consequences shaped the continent for thousands of years. In the north especially, the old faith survived almost unchanged, carried through generations of lords who prayed before heart trees instead of kneeling in stone septs. After the Pact came the Age of Heroes, a time suspended between history and myth. It was said to be the age of Bran the Builder, who raised the wall after the long night and perhaps founded House Stark. Durin Godsgrief was remembered as the first Storm King. Garth Greenhand became the ancestor of many southern houses, while the Grey King ruled the stormy islands and took his stories from the sea. These figures may have been real rulers, remembered through the language of legend, or they may represent many generations compressed into a single name. Either way, the traditions associated with them became foundations of Westerosi identity. Ancient houses traced their bloodlines to heroes. Kings claimed lands through stories older than written law, and the idea of hereditary rule slowly took shape. But the Age of Heroes was not an age of peace forever. From the far north came a winter unlike any remembered before or since. The others descended with cold, darkness, and armies of the dead. Nights stretched across the world, and the living were driven southward before a force that ordinary steel could not defeat. In the Songs of the East, the champion who opposed this darkness is called Azor Ahai. In Westerosi memory, the struggle is remembered as the War for the Dawn. Men, the children of the forest, and perhaps the giants, stood together against the others. Dragonglass, fire, ancient sorcery, and desperate courage became the weapons of the living. When the darkness was finally pushed back, the world had been changed forever. The wall rose along the northern frontier, and the Night's Watch was sworn to guard it, even as the memory of the enemy slowly faded into frightening bedtime tales. The peoples who came afterward inherited a wounded and divided land. Centuries later, the Andals crossed from Essos, bringing iron weapons, new kingdoms, and the faith of the Seven. They conquered much of the south, replacing many First Men rulers and changing the customs of noble life. Yet the north resisted, preserving older bloodlines and older gods. Still later, Nymeria led the Rhoynar across the sea to Dorne. Their arrival transformed the southernmost kingdom, blending Rhoynish customs with the traditions of the First Men and the Andals already living there. By the time Aegon the Conqueror appeared in the west, Westeros was not one realm waiting to be united. It was a patchwork of kingdoms, rival houses, ancient grudges, and memories reaching back to the first footsteps of humanity upon its shores. Before there were kingdoms, before there were borders, before any of the names that would one day fill the history books had ever been spoken aloud, there was only the land. And the land remembers things that no chronicle ever captured. Westeros begins not as a nation, but as a continent of ancient forests, vanished peoples, and half-remembered catastrophes. The accepted timeline stretches roughly 12,000 years before Aegon's conquest, though much of it survives only as legend. To understand what truly came before the Seven Kingdoms, one must first come to terms with how little of that ancient world can actually be known. The deep past of Westeros is not a record. It is a scar on the memory of the world, and the stories that survived it are the only map we have. The Maesters of the Citadel, who serve as the collective memory of the realm, approach this subject with a caution that can seem almost maddening to anyone seeking simple answers. They separate history from myth, carefully, because the oldest stories may preserve truths that later civilizations forgot. A tale of a hero striking down a monster may be the memory of a battle against a flesh-and-blood enemy. A legend of a goddess turning a river red may conceal a plague that swept through an entire valley. The Maesters understand that the distant past was not merely recorded by the people who lived through it, it was survived by them. And the stories they told afterward were shaped by grief, fear, and the need to make meaning from events that defied ordinary explanation. So when the central question emerges, who shaped Westeros first, the people who built kingdoms, or the powers that lived there before them, it is a question the Maesters themselves have never fully answered. Consider what the land actually looked like in the beginning, before the First Kingdom was ever dreamed of. The great forests of the Dawn Age stretched across the continent in vast expanses that are almost impossible to imagine in the present day. Weirwoods were not rare and solitary things, standing alone in the courtyards of castles. They grew in groves, uncounted thousands of them, their pale trunks rising through the shadows of older and darker trees, their red leaves whispering in winds that carried no smoke from any chimney. The children of the forest moved through those groves, without roads, because they had no concept of the land as something to be crossed. The land was something to belong to. They did not build walls. They did not mark territory. They carved faces into the trunks of the weirwoods, so that the gods could watch the world. And they believed, truly, that those trees saw what happened around them. The children had no kings in the sense that later peoples would understand. Their power was not the power of armies or treasuries. The Greenseers among them could see through the eyes of the weirwood trees, spanning vast distances, while their bodies never left the roots of a single tree. They could slip into the dreams of beasts, and perhaps into the dreams of people as well. They carried the memory of their people not in books, but in the roots of a living network of trees that stretched across the whole of the continent. This was not magic as a parlor trick. This was a way of being human that no longer exists in Westeros. When the first men crossed the land bridge from Essos, they brought a completely different way of being into the world. They brought bronze and horses, and the belief that land could be taken, held, and passed down to descendants. They carved their own record in raised runes on stone. The war that followed was not simply a clash of armed forces. It was a collision between two entirely different understandings of what the world was for. To the children, each felled weirwood was a wound in the memory of the world. To the first men, a forest was ground to be cleared for a home. The Pact on the Isle of Faces settled the terms of the living, but it did not resolve the difference between them. It gave the open land to men and the deep forests to the children. And in the north, a remarkable thing happened. The first men who settled there, living alongside the children across generations, came to adopt the old gods as their own. They knelt before heart trees. They married into families that had known the forest for thousands of years. The faith that would later be called the old gods was, in truth, the faith of the children, carried into the age of men by the only people wise enough to accept it. The age of heroes that followed is where Westerosi history becomes nearly impossible to separate from mythology. Bran the Builder, who raised the wall and founded a dynasty that would rule the north for 8,000 years. Duran Godsgrief, who married the daughter of the sea and sky and defied the gods with a castle that would never fall. Garth Greenhand, who wandered the reach with seeds in his palms and left 100 noble houses in his wake. The Grey King, who drew the first longship from a burning tree. Were these figures real, or were they many generations of history compressed into single legendary names? The Maesters would say the question misses the point. These stories were the foundations upon which the entire structure of Westerosi power was built. The great houses did not simply rule land, they ruled stories, and those stories reached back to an age when the boundary between the human and the divine was thin enough to cross. Then came the Long Night. It is difficult to say what the Long Night truly was, because every culture that survived it remembered it differently. The Eastern religions speak of Azor Ahai, the champion who forged a sword of living fire to hold back the dark. In the north of Westeros, the legend is of the last hero, who set out into the frozen wastes with his companions, one by one losing them to the cold and the something that moved within it, until he returned alone with the knowledge that had been lost. What matters about the Long Night is not the accuracy of its details. What matters is what it did to the soul of the world. After the Long Night, the people of Westeros understood something that no later age could quite recapture. The world had been saved once. That salvation was fragile. And the wall, raised along the northern frontier under the direction of Bran the Builder, was not a triumphant monument. It was a scar, left by the terror that had passed. In the centuries that followed, the Andals came with their iron swords, their faith in the Seven, and their determination to remake the South in their own image. The Rhoynar came behind them, fleeing the destruction of their homeland, and Nymeria bound a kingdom out of fire and salt in Dorne. The old gods lost ground to the new. The forests shrank. The kingdom of the north and the kingdoms of the south began to diverge into distinct cultures, distinct faiths, distinct habits of the heart. But the memory of the deep past, entangled as it is with myth and legend, remained threaded through every family line, every oath sworn beneath a heart tree, every story told around a winter fire. So who truly shaped Westeros first? The kings and conquerors gave the continent its banners and its borders. They built the castles that would one day appear in the maps of the realm. They wrote the histories that justified their own thrones. But beneath all of that, older than any crown, older than any faith in any sept, there is a layer of the land that has never been fully claimed. The children of the forest have vanished. The giants have retreated into the farthest north, if they exist at all, but the shapes they carved into the oldest trees are still there, still watching, still waiting under the bark of the world. Before the first kingdom was dreamed of, before the first castle was raised, before any name was ever carved into any stone, the land was already ancient, it was already sacred, it was already watching. And the oldest stories of all begin not with a king, but with the forest itself. When the maesters of the citadel attempt to measure the age of Westeros, they begin with a confession. Their dates are guesses, their chronicles are built from fragments, and the oldest of those fragments point to an era they call the Dawn Age, a time so distant that it survives only in song, in legend, and in the half-remembered dreams of the Weirwoods themselves. If you have ever wondered why the deep history of this continent feels so hazy, this is why. The Dawn Age is not a period that was recorded. It is a period that was remembered, and memory, even the memory of a people as long-lived as the children of the forest, is a fragile vessel. Before the first castle was raised, before the first road was cut, before any human hand carved a single word into stone, Westeros was already old. It was a land of deep forests and dark rivers, of caves that ran beneath the hills like veins, and of standing stones that no one had placed, but that had always been there, watching the seasons turn. And in this ancient world, one people held dominion, not through armies, not through walls, but through something far older and far more difficult for later ages to understand. The children of the forest were the masters of the earliest remembered Westeros. They were small of stature, smaller than the men who would one day come to claim the continent, and their presence was quiet, almost invisible to the untrained eye. They did not build cities, they did not forge metal, they did not leave behind monuments that would survive the ages. Instead, they lived in harmony with the world around them, moving through the forests, the rivers, and the caves as though the land itself were an extension of their own bodies. The trees were their shelter. The rivers were their roads. The deep places of the earth were their sanctuaries. And at the heart of their existence stood the Weirwoods, the great pale-barked trees with the red leaves and the faces carved into their trunks. It was the children who carved those faces, and it was through those faces that they watched the world. A Greenseer among the children could look through the eyes of a Weirwood, seeing across vast distances, seeing across time itself, and in this way the children maintained a memory that no written chronicle could ever match. They did not need books, because the trees remembered. They did not need maps, because the land itself was part of their memory, passed down through the trees and the songs of their people. And they did not need walls, because the forest was their fortress, and every root and branch was alive with their presence. Their small stature concealed immense power. To the later peoples of Westeros, the children would become figures of myth, half-remembered and often misunderstood, but in the Dawn Age, their magic was real, present, and woven into the very fabric of their lives. They were Greenseers, able to slip into the skin of the trees and witness the flow of time from a perspective no human could grasp. They were skin changers, able to enter the minds of beasts and birds, to see through their eyes and run with their legs and fly with their wings. And they commanded forms of magic that no human kingdom could ever reproduce, powers that seemed to draw from the earth itself, from the deep roots of the old trees, from the water that ran beneath the hills. Some of the maesters who later studied the legends would dismiss these abilities as exaggeration, the product of storytellers who had never seen true magic. But the oldest accounts, the ones that survived from the first men themselves, treated the power of the children with absolute seriousness. There were no castles in the Dawn Age, no roads, no written chronicles. The world was a place of trees and stones, of oral memory passed from one generation to the next, and of forces older than civilization itself. When the children sang, and they were said to sing often, their songs were not merely entertainment. They were a form of connection, a way of binding themselves to the land, to the seasons, to the deep currents of the earth that the later faiths would forget. The children called themselves those who sing the song of the earth, and in the Dawn Age, that name was not a metaphor, it was a description of their deepest nature. Far to the north, beyond the great forests and the frozen rivers, there were other inhabitants of this ancient world, the giants. They were enormous creatures, towering and powerful, with shaggy hair and simple ways, and they may already have been present in the far north during the Dawn Age, long before the wall was ever conceived. The giants were not like the children. They did not carve faces into trees or sing songs of the earth. They lived in the mountains and the frozen wastes, following the herds of mammoths, and their presence linked the ancient world of the children to the brutal landscapes that would one day lie beyond the wall. Even in the earliest legends, the giants are described as remnants of an even older time, creatures that belonged to the world before the coming of men, and their survival in the far north was a reminder that Westeros had been shaped by forces far older than any kingdom. The Dawn Age, then, was a time of profound wildness. The land was not tamed, it was not mapped, it was not owned. The children of the forest moved through it with a grace that later peoples would struggle even to imagine, and the giants roamed the distant north with a power that needed no magic to be felt. There were no borders, no armies, no kings. There was only the earth, the trees, the rivers, the caves, and the deep magic that pulsed beneath it all. And for thousands of years, this was the whole of Westeros, a continent asleep in its own ancient power, undisturbed, unchanging, waiting. But this world could not last forever. The forces that would eventually reshape Westeros were already gathering beyond the eastern seas. The children, for all their power, had never encountered a people like the ones who were coming. They had never faced an enemy who carried bronze, who rode horses, who cut down the weirwoods without understanding what they were. And when the first men finally crossed into Westeros, crossing the land bridge that once connected the continent to Essos, the Dawn Age would come to an end. The old songs would continue, but they would be sung in a world that was already changing, already bleeding, already learning the cost of contact between two peoples who could not understand each other. The children of the forest did not build kingdoms. They had no need for borders, no crowns to pass between dynasties, no armies to march against the horizon. Their world was organized around the natural landscape itself, the deep woods, the flowing rivers, the hidden caves beneath the hills. To understand the children is to understand that they belong to the land in a way that later peoples would find almost impossible to grasp. They did not conquer the earth, they listened to it. The weirwoods stood at the center of everything. These pale-barked trees with their carved faces and weeping red sap were more than objects of worship. They were sacred symbols, spiritual gateways, and perhaps a shared memory stretching across the entire continent. When the children carved faces into the white bark, they were not simply making idols, they were opening doors. Through the weirwoods, the Greenseers could look out across vast distances, seeing through the eyes of the trees themselves. A grove in the deep north was connected to a copse in the southern Riverlands, and the children moved through this network of living memory as easily as later people might follow a road. Every heart tree, every white trunk standing alone in a clearing, every carved face staring out from the bark, all of it was part of the same vast awareness. The Greenseers were the most powerful among the children. They appeared capable of seeing across time itself, not merely the present moment, but the past and the future, tangled together like roots beneath the forest floor. A Greenseer might witness the fall of a mountain that had crumbled 10,000 years before, or glimpse the shape of a river that had not yet carved its path through the valley. Yet the surviving accounts of their visions never clearly distinguish prophecy from later invention. When the maesters of the Citadel compiled their histories, they found themselves working with stories that had passed through thousands of years of oral tradition. A Greenseer's vision of a flood might be a true prophecy, or it might be a memory of a flood that had already happened, or it might be a metaphor that later generations mistook for a literal event. The distinction was lost long ago, and perhaps it never mattered to the children themselves. For them, time was not a straight line. It was a forest, and all paths led back to the same sacred groves. The children's magic was woven into the land itself. They could speak to the trees, and the trees answered. They could slip into the minds of animals, seeing through the eyes of ravens and wolves, feeling the world through fur and feather and scale. This was not a power they wielded like a weapon. It was a way of being. The distinction between the observer and the observed barely existed for them. When a child of the forest looked at a river, they did not see a resource to be claimed or a boundary to be defended. They saw a living thing, as real and as conscious as themselves. They sang to the earth, and the earth sang back. The oldest songs of the children were not about heroes or battles. They were about the slow turning of the seasons, the growth of the trees, the migration of the birds, the quiet patience of stone. This is why the first Westerosi mystery is not where humanity came from, but how much of the land is still awake. The children believed that the forest was not a place they lived in. The forest was alive, and they were part of its awareness. The Weirwoods remembered everything that happened beneath their branches. Every oath sworn before a heart tree, every secret whispered in the shadows of the leaves, every drop of blood spilled upon the roots, all of it was kept, stored in the slow growth of the pale wood. When the children carved faces into the trees, they were giving the forest eyes, and the forest in turn gave them memory. The trees did not forget. They could not forget. And so the history of the children was not written in books or carved into stone. It grew, year by year, ring by ring, in the living wood of the Weirwoods. The deep caves beneath the hills held their own mysteries. The children dwelt in these underground places, where the roots of the Weirwoods reached down into the darkness, and where strange carvings covered the walls. Some of these carvings were older than the children themselves, or so the legends claimed. The children did not build cities of stone and steel. They shaped the earth in subtler ways, hollowing out the hills, weaving shelts from living branches, marking their sacred places with standing stones and carved trees. Their architecture was not imposed upon the land. It grew from it, the way a burrow grows beneath a tree or a nest grows among the branches. The children also worked with dragon glass, the black volcanic glass that would one day prove so important in the long history of Westeros. They shaped it into arrowheads and blades, tools and ornaments, using it to cut and carve and craft. The dragon glass was sharp enough to split a hair, and it held an edge longer than bronze. But the children did not mine it greedily. They took only what they needed, and they treated the volcanic stone with the same reverence they showed the Weirwoods. Everything in their world was connected. Everything was alive. Everything deserved respect. And yet, for all their power, the children were not invincible. They were small, and the world was growing larger. Their numbers were never great, even in the age of their dominance. They did not spread across the continent like a tide of settlers. They lived in the deep places, the old forests, the hidden valleys, and they watched. The Weirwoods watched with them, their carved faces turned toward every horizon, patient and unblinking. The children's relationship with the giants of the far north was one of wary coexistence. The giants were enormous, slow and simple in their ways, but they too understood that the land was not something to be owned. They roamed the frozen reaches beyond the forests, and the children left them to their roaming. There was no war between them, no border to dispute. The natural landscape provided its own boundaries, and both peoples respected them. The giants did not carve faces into trees or sing to the earth, but they moved through the world with a quiet awareness of their place in it. They were part of the same ancient order, even if they did not share the children's deep magic. But the age of the children was drawing to a close, even if they did not know it. Across the narrow sea, In the lands of Essos, a new people was stirring. They had learned to work bronze, to ride horses, to build great fortresses of stone. They did not understand the language of the trees, and they would not have cared to learn it. They looked at the deep forests of Westeros and saw not a living thing, but a wilderness to be tamed. They carried their own gods with them, gods who demanded conquest and dominion, gods who had no place for sacred groves or speaking trees. The first men were coming. The children of the forest had lived in Westeros for thousands of years before the first men ever set foot upon its shores. Their world was one of deep memory and slow time. The Weirwoods stood as living witnesses, their carved faces watching over centuries of quiet ritual, their roots tangled in the bones of the earth. The children themselves moved through this world as part of it, not above it. They did not build cities or raise walls. They did not carve their names into stone. They simply existed in harmony with the forests and the rivers and the deep caves where they made their homes. But that ancient world was about to change in ways the children could not have foreseen. Because beyond the eastern horizon, across a narrow stretch of sea, a different kind of people was gathering. Around 12,000 years before Aegon's conquest, the first men enter Westeros from Essos across a natural land bridge. In those days, the seas were lower than they are now, and a broad arm of land connected the eastern continent to the southern shores of what would one day be called Dorne. This land bridge, which later generations would remember as the Arm of Dorne, was not a narrow path or a precarious crossing. It was a substantial span of earth, wide enough to support entire ecosystems, with grasslands and hills and streams of its own. And across that span the first men came. They did not come as a single army or a single tribe. They came as wave after wave of people, driven by forces we can only guess at from the distance of 12 millennia. Perhaps they were fleeing the advance of other peoples in Essos. Perhaps they were escaping famine or plague. Perhaps they were simply following the herds of game that had always sustained them, and the herds led them west. What is certain is that they came, and they kept coming, generation after generation. They crossed the Arm of Dorne, and once they crossed, they did not look back. The land behind them held nothing they wanted. The land ahead held everything. The first men were not like the children. They did not sing to the trees or wear the skins of the beasts they hunted as a mark of respect. They arrived with bronze weapons, horses, herding traditions, and a warrior culture utterly unlike that of the children, where the children moved through the forest as part of it. The first men moved through it as conquerors. They carried axes that could fell a weirwood, swords that could spill blood, and a belief that the land belonged to those strong enough to take it. Their gods were not the nameless spirits of river and stone, but something older and harder, carried in their hearts across the sea. They were a people who measured their worth in what they could build, what they could hold, and what they could pass on to their children. The arrival of the first men was not a single event, but a slow flood. They pushed deeper into the continent, following the rivers northward and westward, clearing forests, building halls of timber and stone. They brought horses, which the children had never seen, and the thunder of hooves became a new sound in the ancient quiet. They brought herds of cattle and sheep, grazing animals that changed the landscape as surely as any axe. And they brought bronze, a metal that could be shaped into weapons, far harder and sharper than the children's obsidian blades. The children had their magic, their Greenseers and their skin changers, but the first men had numbers, and they had bronze, and they had a will to expand that nothing could stand against. At first, the two peoples did not understand one another. The children saw the first men as invaders, destroyers, beings of violence and noise. The first men saw the children as strange, small creatures, barely more than animals, and certainly not a people with a claim to the land. When the first axes bit into the first weirwood, when the first forest was cleared for pasture, the conflict began. It was not a war in the sense that the first men understood war, with armies and banners and lines of battle. It was something slower and more terrible, a grinding collision of two ways of being. The migration turns the continent's ancient balance into a contest between expansion and survival. For the children, this was not a war of borders or thrones. It was a war for existence itself. Every tree felled was a wound. Every weirwood cut down was a voice silenced forever. The children fought back with the only weapons they had: the magic of the deep places, the knowledge of the green, the power to call upon the forces of nature. They broke the land bridge itself, according to some tales, using their magic to shatter the connection between the continents and slow the flood of new arrivals. But the first men were already here, and they were numerous, and they were determined. They did not understand the children's bond with the land, and they did not care to. They saw only a continent to be claimed. The war that followed was long and brutal, though its details survive only in fragments of legend. We know that the first men cut down the weirwoods wherever they found them, not out of malice, but out of a practical need to clear the land for their farms and their herds. To the children, this was sacrilege. To the first men, it was simply progress. The two peoples could not have been more different. And yet, in the centuries that followed, something remarkable would happen. The war would not end in annihilation. It would end in a pact, a peace that would shape the destiny of Westeros for thousands of years. But before that peace could be forged, the first men would spread across the continent, their bloodlines taking root in the northern hills and the Riverlands and the green valleys of the south. Every later northern bloodline and many southern dynasties will claim descent from these first human settlers. The Starks of Winterfell, the Lannisters of the Rock, the Durandons of the Stormlands, the Gardeners of the Reach. All of them would trace their origins back to the Age of Heroes. And the Age of Heroes began with the first men, when the maesters of later centuries looked back at the great houses of Westeros. They found a common thread, a shared ancestry reaching all the way to those first crossings, to the people who stepped off the land bridge with bronze in their hands and fire in their hearts. The land bridge itself would not last. The seas would rise, or the forces of the children would break it, depending on which tale you believe. And the connection between the continents would be severed forever. But the first men were already here, and they would not be leaving. They had found a new home, and they would fight to keep it. The old world of the children, the world of the living forest and the whispering weirwoods, was giving way to something new. The contest between expansion and survival was only beginning, and the outcome was far from certain. Yet, even in the midst of that long and bitter conflict, there were moments of understanding. The children, for all their pain, were not blind to the strength of the first men, and the first men, for all their ambition, were not deaf to the songs of the forest. In time, the war would exhaust both sides. The dead would lie in uncounted number across the fields of the south, and the forests would burn, and the rivers would run red, and both peoples would come to see that this path led only to ruin. And so at last, the leaders of the children and the leaders of the first men would meet, on an island in the middle of a great lake, beneath the boughs of a mighty weirwood, to find a way to share the land. The terms they would strike that day would echo through every age that followed. But for now, the first men are still coming, still crossing, still carving their names into the ancient earth. And the children are watching from the shadows of the trees, waiting to see what the dawn will bring. The first men came across the land bridge, not as explorers but as settlers, and the land they entered was not empty. It was old, deeply old, and it was watched. The children of the forest had lived in Westeros for thousands of years before the first human foot touched its shores. They had no cities, no walls, no banners. Their realm was the forest itself, and the forest was not a resource to them. It was a living thing, a web of memory and spirit that connected every tree, every stream, every stone. When the first men began to cut down the great trees and build their halls, the children did not see progress. They saw a wound being opened in the body of the world. The clearing began slowly at first. The newcomers needed timber for their longhouses, fuel for their fires, and open ground for their herds. They found the forests of Westeros, rich beyond anything they had known, in Essos, and they took from them with the same hunger that had driven them across the sea. The weirwoods were the most striking targets. Those pale-barked trees with their carved faces and red sap stood apart from the rest of the wood, and to the first men, they were simply obstacles, or at best curiosities. They cut them down for lumber, burned them for warmth, and used the cleared land to plant their own crops. The sound of an axe against a weirwood was a sound the children had never heard before, and it carried through the forest like a cry of pain. The hunting was unlike anything they had experienced. Westeros was full of creatures that had no counterpart in the lands they had left behind. Great elk that stood taller than a man on horseback, direwolves that moved through the forest like grey shadows, and in the deep woods, things that the children had shaped or awakened with their magic. The first men hunted these creatures with bronze-tipped spears and arrows, and they were good at it. They had to be. Every settlement they built was a claim on land that did not belong to them, and every hunt was a statement of dominance over a world that had never known human mastery. They told stories of the beasts they had brought down, and in those stories, the forest became a thing to be conquered rather than a thing to be honoured. The children watched all of this from the shadows of the trees they still held. They did not understand what they were seeing. To them, the forest was not a collection of resources to be measured and consumed. It was a community of living things, and the weirwoods were the heart of that community. The faces carved into those trees were not decorations. They were the faces of the children themselves, or of the spirits they believed dwelt within the wood. And when the first men cut them down, they were not clearing land. They were killing something sacred. At first, the children tried to warn the newcomers away. They appeared at the edges of the human camps, small and silent, watching with their great golden eyes. They tried to show the first men that the forest was not theirs to take. But the first men did not understand. They saw only a strange, small folk who whispered to trees and vanished into the mist, and they did not take them seriously until it was far too late. The warnings became skirmishes, and the skirmishes became something far worse. This was the root of the war that followed. It was not a war of borders or thrones, or even resources in the way that human wars are usually fought. It was a collision between two entirely different ways of seeing the world. The first men looked at a wilderness and saw a place waiting to be tamed. The children looked at the same wilderness and saw a living world under attack. There was no middle ground between those two visions, and so there was no negotiation. There was only the slow, grinding violence of a people who believed they were defending everything. In open battle, the first men had the advantage. Bronze was a decisive edge. The children fought with weapons of stone and obsidian, and their arrows could kill, but they could not match the weight and reach of bronze swords and axes. A single warrior in bronze armor could cut through a dozen children, armed with flint and dragonglass, and the first men knew it. The newcomers also had horses, and that changed everything. A man on horseback could travel farther, raid faster, and retreat more safely than any warrior on foot. The children had no such mounts. They moved through the forest with a speed and grace that no horse could match, but they could not carry that speed into open ground. When the first men chose the field of battle, they usually chose it to their advantage. They learned to lure the children out of the deep woods, to burn the forest ahead of them, and force their enemies into the open, where bronze and horse and disciplined ranks could do their work. But the children did not fight the way the first men expected. They did not form armies, and they did not hold ground. They faded into the trees and struck from nowhere. An arrow would take a man from 100 paces, and by the time his companions reached the spot, there was nothing to find. A patrol would enter a dense thicket. The felling of a weirwood is not simply the cutting down of a tree. In the world of the children of the forest, It is an act of violence against memory itself. Every weirwood carries the faces of the old gods, carved into the pale white bark, watching the world with eyes of red sap. And when the first men began to clear the great forests of Westeros, they did not understand what they were destroying. They saw timber, open land, room for herds and fields. The children saw something far older, something that had been standing and watching since before the first human voice was raised in song. And so the war began. But here is the strange thing about this war. No one can say exactly where it started or who struck the first blow. The conflict spreads across generations, making it impossible for either side to remember a single beginning or a clean victory. The first men did not arrive as a single army. They came in waves, families and clans and war bands, each one pushing a little further into the green heart of the continent. And the children did not respond as a single nation. They had no kings, no borders, no standing armies. They were tied to the land itself, and when the land was wounded, they answered in kind. What followed was not a war in the way we might understand it. There were no great battles on open fields, no sieges of stone castles, no lines of banners meeting in the dawn. The war beneath the Weirwoods was fought in the shadows of ancient groves, along the banks of rivers, in the roots of mountains. First men axes and bronze blades collide with children's magic, turning forests and rivers into weapons. A grove that seemed empty would suddenly come alive with movement. A river that had been calm for 100 years would rise and swallow a column of settlers. The children could speak to the land in ways the first men could not even imagine. They could feel the footsteps of an approaching warband through the roots of the trees. They could see the smoke of a new settlement from the eyes of a bird circling high above. They could slip between the raindrops, it seemed, and vanish into the undergrowth without a trace. The first men had bronze, and bronze was a terrible advantage. Their blades could cut through the children's weapons of carved obsidian. Their shields could turn aside arrows of flint, and their horses gave them something the children had never encountered before: speed across open ground. The children had no mounted warriors. They had no need of them in the old world, but the old world was slipping away. Yet bronze could not cut magic. A sword could not wound a Greenseer who was watching from 1,000 miles away. An axe could not fell a forest that rose up in defense of itself. The children turned the land itself into a weapon, and the first men learned to fear the deep woods in a way their ancestors never had. Settlements were built with the forest at their backs, and every night the settlers would listen to the wind in the trees and wonder if it was only wind. The children could drive men mad with their songs. They could lure hunters away from their camps and leave them wandering in circles until they starved. They could send wolves and bears and shadow cats against the herds of the first men, and animals with a purpose that seemed almost human. And when a weirwood fell, the children felt it as a wound in the world itself. Some say the loss drove them to acts of vengeance that only deepened the cycle of blood. The war dragged on. Generations were born and died without knowing any other way of life. Children of the first men grew up hearing stories of the green devils in the forest. Children of the children grew up hearing stories of the bronze giants who tore down the sacred trees. Neither side could claim victory. Neither side could find a way to end it. And the longer it went on, the more desperate the children became. It is here that we come to one of the most feared legends in all of Westerosi history. The children of the forest, in their desperation, reached for a power that they had never used before. They gathered together, deep in the heart of their most sacred places, and they called upon the forces that shaped the world itself. What they did is remembered as the Hammer of the Waters. Some say they sang, some say they wept, some say they broke something inside themselves that could never be mended. But the result was catastrophic. The land bridge that connected Westeros to Essos, the very path by which the first men had crossed into the continent, was shattered. The seas rushed in. The arm of Dorne, as it had been known, was broken into 1,000 pieces. scattered across the water like the bones of a drowned giant. The destruction of the land bridge is one of the most feared legends in Westerosi history. It is a story of what the children were capable of when pushed to the edge of extinction, and it changed the world. The first men who had already crossed into Westeros were now trapped there, cut off from their homeland. No more reinforcements could arrive by land. No more families could follow the path their ancestors had taken. The continent had become a prison, or perhaps a new home, depending on how you chose to see it. And the children, who had called down this catastrophe, found that it had not brought them peace. The first men were still there, and they were not leaving. But the breaking of the land bridge was not the only reshaping of the continent. The war proved that even the oldest peoples of Westeros can reshape the continent when survival is at stake. The children had shown that they could shatter the very bones of the earth. The first men had shown that they could burn and cut and clear on a scale that would change the face of the land forever. Between them, they had transformed Westeros from a place of ancient, untouched wilderness into a battlefield where the very geography was a weapon. Rivers had been diverted, forests had been burned to ash, mountains had been scarred with the marks of war. The continent itself would never look the same again. And yet, the war did not end with the breaking of the land bridge. The first men were still there, still pushing, still cutting. The children were still fighting, still bleeding, still watching their sacred places fall one by one. The conflict continued for generations more, until both sides were exhausted beyond measure. The children had lost much of their homeland. The first men had lost countless lives to the green magic of the forest. Neither side had won. Neither side could win. It was in this state of exhaustion that something remarkable happened. The two peoples, who had been at war for so long that they had forgotten what peace felt like, began to speak to one another, not as conquerors and conquered, not as victors and vanquished, but as survivors who had come to understand that the land could not be won by force alone. And on an island in the middle of a great lake, beneath the boughs of a mighty weirwood, they would make an agreement that would shape the future of Westeros for thousands of years to come. The war had reached a point where neither side could win by ordinary means. The first men kept crossing the land bridge in waves, and the children of the forest kept fighting with every weapon they possessed. But the children understood something that the first men did not. The land itself could be a weapon, and if the land could be a weapon, then perhaps it could also be a door, one that could be slammed shut forever. According to tradition, the children call upon immense magic to shatter the land bridge and separate Westeros from Essos. This is the event remembered as the Hammer of the Waters. The stories say that the children gathered at the eastern edge of the continent, where the land reached toward Essos like an open arm, and summoned powers that had never been used before and have never been used since. They brought down the full weight of their oldest magic upon the land itself, and the land answered. What followed was not a battle, it was a catastrophe. The land bridge did not simply crumble or sink beneath the waves. It broke apart into a chain of shattered remnants scattered across the sea like the pieces of a broken bone. The resulting disaster becomes associated with the creation of the broken islands and the Arm of Dorne. The stepstones, those narrow and treacherous islands that stretch across the narrow sea, are said to be the remains of that once solid crossing, and the eastern coast of Dorne, jagged and torn, is called the Broken Arm because it looks exactly like what the stories say it is, the place where the land was wrenched apart by forces no army could have mustered. The first men on the western side of the bridge were stranded. The first men on the eastern side were cut off from their kin, and the sea poured into the wound, filling the space where solid ground had stood for thousands of years. The crossing that had brought humanity into Westeros was gone. The door had been slammed shut. But here is where the story becomes complicated. Whether the cataclysm happened exactly as described remains uncertain. But the geography confirms that the ancient coastline was transformed. The maesters of the citadel, who are always skeptical of tales involving magic, point out that the breaking of the land bridge is not the kind of event that leaves behind clear records. There were no written accounts from the children of the forest. There were no first men chroniclers standing on the shore with quill and parchment. The story survives as memory, as legend, as the kind of tale told around fires for thousands of years. And yet the land itself does not lie. The stepstones exist. The broken arm of Dorne exists. The narrow sea, at its narrowest point, is still shallow enough that sailors sometimes speak of drowned peaks beneath their keels. The eastern coast does not look like the result of slow erosion or rising seas. It looks like the aftermath of violence. The land itself becomes evidence of a forgotten war, and a warning that magic once operated on a continental scale. This is worth pausing over. The children of the forest, as we have seen, were not warriors in the way that men understand warfare. They did not field armies of bronze-clad soldiers. They did not ride horses into battle. Their power was older and stranger. They could speak to the trees. They could enter the minds of animals. They could see through the eyes of ravens and wolves. And if the hammer of the waters truly happened, then they could also reshape the world itself. That is a different order of power entirely. It is one thing to imagine a people who live in harmony with nature, who carve faces into weirwoods and whisper to the wind. It is another thing entirely to imagine those same people cracking the crust of the earth and drowning a continent. The hammer of the waters, if the stories are true, was not a battle. It was a judgment. It was the children saying that they would rather tear the world apart than let the first men take all of it. And yet the hammer of the waters did not end the war. The first men who were already in Westeros remained. The fighting continued. The land bridge was gone, but the conflict was not. In some tellings, the children tried to use the hammer again, this time to drown the neck and split the north from the rest of the continent. The stories say that attempt failed or was incomplete, and that the bogs and marshes of the neck are the scar left behind by that second blow. But that is a tale for another time. What matters here is what the hammer of the waters reveals about the world the first men had entered. Westeros was not an empty continent waiting to be claimed. It was a place already shaped by powers that men could barely understand. The first men had crossed the land bridge, expecting to find new lands to settle, new forests to clear, new rivers to name. What they found instead was a world where the ground itself could rise against them. The land bridge had been their road into Westeros, and when the children decided that the road should no longer exist, they destroyed it. The irony is that the destruction of the land bridge may have ultimately served the first men. With the crossing gone, the flow of new arrivals from Essos slowed to a trickle. The first men who had already made Westeros their home were no longer part of a continuous migration. They were settlers now, not invaders. They had to make peace with the land, because there was no easy road back to the land they had left behind. The sea that the children had summoned to drown the bridge became a barrier, protected the first men, as much as it separated them from their origins. But that peace was still far off. The war between the children and the first men would continue for generations, until both sides were exhausted and the forests were soaked with blood. The hammer of the waters was not the end of the war. It was the moment when the war changed, when the children revealed the full depth of their power, and the first men understood that they were not fighting a mortal enemy. They were fighting something older, something deeper, something that could break the world if pushed too far. The sea still remembers. Sailors who pass through the stepstones speak of strange currents and submerged ruins. Fishermen off the coast of Dorne tell stories of stones that seem too regular to be natural, as if they were cut by hands long before the first ships sailed those waters. The maesters dismissed these tales as sailors' fancy, but the maesters were not there. The children were, and the children, whatever else they were, did not forget. The land bridge is gone. The arm of Dorne is broken. The stepstones are scattered like the teeth of a shattered jaw, and the war between the children of the forest and the first men continues, not in the open, but in the memory of the land itself. Every cliff that drops sheer into the sea, every island that rises alone above the waves, every stretch of coast that looks torn away by force, all of it is evidence of what happened when the children decided that the door between worlds should be closed forever. And yet, the door was not closed completely. The first men were already inside. The war would continue. The forests would burn. The weirwoods would fall. And eventually, after years of bloodshed, both sides would have to find a way to live together on the same land. The hammer of the waters had broken the connection between continents, but it had not broken the connection between the two peoples who now shared Westeros. That connection would be forged in the years to come, not by magic, but by necessity. The children had used their greatest power to shape the world, and the world they shaped would have to be shared. The breaking of the land bridge did not end the war. If anything, it deepened it. The children had called upon powers that shattered the very shape of the world, and the first men responded with the same fury that had driven them across the sea in the first place. But the hammer of the waters was also a sign of something else, a measure of how desperate the children had become. Magic of that scale does not come without cost, and both peoples were beginning to understand that they were locked in a conflict neither could truly win. The war had already lasted generations. Neither side could remember a time before it. The first men had been born in Westeros now, their children and grandchildren knowing no other home. And yet they were still fighting a people who saw the land as something sacred rather than something to be claimed. The children, for their part, had lost vast stretches of the deep forest, their sacred groves cut down, their weirwoods felled, their numbers thinning with each passing decade. The war had become a machine that consumed everything it touched, and neither side could find a way to stop it. Every battle won led only to another battle. Every piece of ground taken led only to the next piece of ground that needed to be taken. The first men had not come to Westeros to fight a war forever. They had come to find a home, and the children had not begun this conflict wanting to destroy the newcomers. They had wanted only to protect what was theirs. But the war had taken on a life of its own, and it seemed that nothing short of the complete ruin of one people or the other would bring it to an end. And yet, that is not what happened. Exhaustion and mutual devastation eventually forced the first men and the children toward negotiation. Not because either side had won, and not because either side had given up, but because both sides had come to understand that the war was killing them. The first men could not drive the children from the deep places of the world, and the children could not drive the first men back across the sea that no longer existed. The land bridge was gone. The first men were here to stay, and the children, for all their magic, could not undo what had been done. The Isle of Faces sits at the centre of the God's Eye, a great lake in the heart of the Riverlands. It is a place that had been sacred to the children long before the first men ever arrived in Westeros. Every weirwood on that island bears a carved face, watching the waters from every shore, their eyes cut deep into the pale white bark. It was there, beneath those ancient trees, that the first men and the children came together to speak of peace. The island was sacred ground, and the weirwoods themselves bore witness to what was agreed. The first men came as guests, and they came because they had to, because the alternative was unthinkable. At the Isle of Faces, beneath ancient weirwoods, the two peoples agreed to divide the continent rather than destroy one another. The terms were simple, and they reflected the deep divide between the two peoples. The first men received the open lands, the plains, the hills, the river valleys, the places where they could build their settlements and raise their herds. The children retained the deep forests and the sacred places, the groves where the weirwoods still stood tall and the old song still echoed. The first men would no longer cut down the weirwoods. The old gods would be honoured. It was an agreement that recognized the reality of the situation. The first men were too numerous and too determined to be driven out, and the children were too powerful in their own domain to be conquered. Neither side got everything they wanted. Both sides got what they needed to survive, and this is where the story takes a strange turn. The first men did not simply accept peace with the children. They adopted the children's religion. The old gods, the nameless gods of the forest, the stone, the stream, the weirwood itself, became the gods of the first men. A people who had nearly exterminated the children of the forest came to worship the very gods the children served. The weirwoods, once targets of their axes, became the centres of their faith. The first men learned to carve faces into the trees themselves, following the tradition of the children, and the old gods became as much theirs as they had ever been the children's. The old gods became a shared legacy, binding human settlers to a religion created by a people they nearly exterminated. This is one of the most remarkable moments in all of Westerosi history, not because a peace was made, for peace between enemies is common enough in the long story of the world, but because the victors, if they can even be called that, chose to bind themselves to the religion of the people they had tried to destroy. Human settlers whose ancestors had crossed from Essos with bronze weapons and a warrior's hunger, now knelt before the same trees the children had sung to for thousands of years. The gods of the forest became the gods of the newcomers, and in doing so, they survived the very people who had first worshipped them. The pact was witnessed by the weirwoods themselves, their carved faces looking down on the gathering, and in the centuries that followed, the Isle of Faces would be guarded by a mysterious order known as the Green Men, who tended the island and kept the memory of that agreement alive. They were said to be strange figures, dressed in green, moving through the trees like spirits, and they kept the island sacred long after the children had faded from the rest of the world. Few ever saw them, and fewer still set foot on their island. But their presence was a reminder that the Pact was not merely a piece of history. It was a living agreement, still honoured, still watched over. The peace held. Not perfectly, not always, but it held. The first men spread across the open lands of Westeros, building their kingdoms and their strongholds, while the children retreated deeper into the forests that remained to them. The two peoples would never again be enemies in the way they had been. During those long generations of war, they would drift apart, slowly as the centuries turned into millennia, until the children became little more than legend to the men who now called Westeros their home. But the mark of the Pact never faded. The old gods, adopted by the first men, would endure long after the children themselves had vanished from the world. When the Andals came with their seven-pointed star and their faith of the seven, they would find that the North held stubbornly to the old gods. Gods that were, in truth, the gods of the children of the forest. A religion created by a people nearly exterminated, carried forward by the very people who had once sought to destroy them. The weirwoods still stood in the northern godswoods, their faces still carved, their eyes still watching, and the first men, now the old inhabitants of Westeros, kept faith with the gods they had adopted in that moment of peace. The Pact on the Isle of Faces did not usher in an age of perfect harmony. The first men and the children would continue to live separate lives, and the deep forests would slowly shrink as human settlements expanded. But it ended the war. It ended the bloodshed, and it created a foundation upon which the first men could build something new. With the peace secured, the first men turned their attention to the land itself. They spread across the continent, establishing their hold on the rivers and the plains, the mountains and the coasts. And in the generations that followed, something remarkable began to take shape. Legends began to emerge. Great figures rose from the ranks of the first men, kings and heroes whose deeds would be sung for thousands of years. The Pact had given them the space to grow, and grow they did. The age of war was over. A new age had begun. The Pact was signed beneath the Weirwoods on the Isle of Faces, and for the first time in generations, the fighting stopped. But the peace that settled over Westeros was not the same as healing. The war had lasted so long that no living person could remember its beginning. The first men had crossed from Essos with bronze and horses, and the children of the forest had answered with magic and desperation. By the time the pact was sealed, the land itself had been reshaped by the conflict. The arm of Dorne lay broken, forests had been burned, rivers had been turned against armies, and beneath all of that, the dead were scattered across a continent that neither side could truly claim as their own. The terms of the agreement were simple enough in principle. The children of the forest would keep the deep forests, the places where the weirwoods still stood tall, and the old magic still ran strong. The first men would take the open lands, the fields and hills and coasts that they had already begun to settle. The Isle of Faces itself would belong to neither people, held as a sacred ground where the old gods could watch over the peace they had witnessed. It was a division of the world, drawn in good faith by people who had spent generations trying to destroy one another, but the pact did not erase what had come before it. The wounds left by invasion, slaughter, and cultural displacement ran too deep for any agreement to close them. The first men had cut down weirwoods that had stood for thousands of years. They had hunted creatures the children considered kin. They had brought a way of life that measured worth in cleared land and built walls, while the children measured worth in the health of the forest and the memory of the spirits that dwelt within it. Neither people could forget what the other had done. The peace was real, but so was the grief that came with it. And yet, something remarkable began to happen in the generations that followed. The first men did not abandon their own traditions, but they began to absorb the reverence of the children. The weirwoods they had once cut down became sacred to them. The faces carved into the pale bark, whether carved by the children or by their own hands, became objects of devotion. The spirits of the forest, the nameless presences that the children had always honoured, found a place in the prayers of the first men. Ancestral memory became a central part of their belief. The idea that the dead remained present in the land, watching through the trees, guiding the living through dreams and signs. The old gods of the children became the old gods of the north, carried forward by the very people who had once tried to destroy them. This was not a sudden conversion. It happened slowly, over centuries, as the first men settled into the land and learned to read its rhythms. The deep forests were no longer places to be cleared, but places to be respected. The weirwoods became the centre of northern worship. Standing at the heart of every settlement, their carved faces turned toward the halls of the living. When a first man swore an oath, they did so before a weirwood, calling on the old gods to witness. When they buried their dead, they did so with the understanding that the spirits of their ancestors remained close, bound to the land and the trees that grew from it. The children had not set out to convert their former enemies, but their way of seeing the world had taken root in the hearts of the first men. Meanwhile, the children themselves began to withdraw. The terms of the pact had given them the deep forests, but the forests themselves were shrinking. The first men were farmers and herders, and their populations grew steadily with each passing generation. They spread across the Riverlands and the Reach, into the foothills and along the coasts, and their settlements pressed against the boundaries of the lands set aside for the children. The agreement had been made in good faith, but it could not hold back the slow tide of human expansion. The children retreated deeper into the wilderness, into the places where the trees grew thickest and the old magic burned brightest. Their numbers dwindled as their world grew smaller, and the forests that had once covered the continent became pockets of green in a landscape, increasingly shaped by human hands. The Isle of Faces remained a place of shared reverence, a reminder of what the two peoples had promised one another. But even that sacred ground could not stop the slow disappearance of the children from the wider world. They became a people of the margins, of the deep woods and the hidden valleys, seen rarely and understood even less. The first men told stories of them. Tales of small figures moving through the trees, of voices carried on the wind, of magic that could still stir the earth and the water when the need was great. But the stories grew fainter with each generation, as the memory of the children became more legend than living truth. And yet the Pact endured. It became the foundation of Northern identity, the story that the people of the North told about themselves and their place in the world. The North was the land of the old gods, the land that had kept faith with the children, the land where the Weirwoods still stood, and the spirits of the ancestors still watched over the living. The first men of the North did not see themselves as conquerors who had taken the land from its original people. They saw themselves as heirs to a peace, a people who had learned to live with the old gods rather than against them. The Pact gave them a sense of purpose and belonging, a way of understanding their own history as something more than a story of violence. But there was a cost to that peace, and the North carried it quietly. The children had been preserved by the agreement, but their world had continued to shrink around them. The peace had allowed them to survive, but it had not allowed them to thrive. The forests that remained were a fraction of what they had once been, and the people who dwelt within them were a fraction of what they had once been. The Pact had proven that peace could preserve a people, but it had also proven that preservation was not the same as flourishing. The children remained, but their world was disappearing, and the first men who had made peace with them could not entirely stop it. This is the price of peace, and it is written into the very soil of the North. The Weirwoods stand as witnesses to an agreement made thousands of years ago, and the old gods still listen to the prayers of those who keep faith with them. But the forests are quieter now than they once were, and the spirits that dwell within them are more distant. The first men built their identity on the memory of the Pact, on the reverence they had absorbed from the children, and on the belief that the old gods would never abandon them. And in that they were right. But the children, who had given them so much, faded slowly into the shadows of their own shrinking world. Their presence felt more in memory than in living flesh. In the centuries that followed the Pact, the North began to take the shape it would keep for thousands of years. The old gods held sway, and the Weirwoods stood at the heart of every holding. The first men of the North developed their own customs, their own laws, their own sense of what it meant to be a people bound to a land. And as their society grew more settled, as their families became houses, and their houses became dynasties, the legends of the age began to take form. The heroes who would define the North were still to come, but the world that would produce them had been forged in the quiet aftermath of the Pact, in the long peace that followed the Great War, and in the slow, steady absorption of a reverence that would never fully fade. The Pact brought silence to the battlefields, but it did not bring peace of mind. The wounds of the war ran deep on both sides. The children of the forest withdrew into the deep woods, carrying their grief into the shadows of the Weirwoods, and the first men, left alone with the land they had crossed a continent to claim, began to build something new. After the Pact, remembered history gives way to the legendary Age of Heroes. This is the period the Maesters call the Age of Heroes. Though they would be the first to admit the name is generous, it was not an age that kept records. It was an age that kept stories. And the stories, told and retold across thousands of years, have a way of becoming truer than the truth. Human communities develop into kingdoms, slowly at first, then with gathering momentum. The first men had brought bronze and horses and a warrior culture from Essos. Now, with the war against the children behind them, those warrior bands began to settle. They built halls of timber and stone. They marked boundaries. They raised children who would inherit not just land, but names, bloodlines, claims. The first kings of Westeros did not rule from great cities. There were no cities yet. Not in the way we would recognize them. They ruled from hill forts and longhouses, from islands in rivers and promontories above the sea. Their authority was personal. A king was a man who could lead, who could protect, who could make the harvest come and the raiders stay away. And when he died, his son claimed what he could hold, and what he could hold became what he was owed. This is the pattern that shapes everything that follows. Warrior kings, bloodlines, sacred sites, customs that will shape Westeros for millennia. The sacred sites matter. The first men had learned from the children. Or perhaps they had simply learned what the children already knew. The weirwoods were not just trees, they were witnesses. Faces carved into pale bark, watching the generations pass. The first men began to carve their own faces into the trees, or to honour the ones already there. They brought their oaths to the weirwoods. They made their kings swear before the old gods, and in doing so, they bound their authority to something older than themselves. There were those among them, the Greenseers, who claimed to see through the eyes of the trees, to dream across time and distance. Whether their power was real or a story told around the fire, the age would remember them. The founding stories of this age attach extraordinary deeds to figures who may have been real rulers, composite heroes, or symbols created by later storytellers. Consider the names that survive. You have heard them before, even if you did not know they came from this age. Bran the Builder, who raised the wall and founded House Stark. Lan the Clever, who tricked his way into Casterly Rock and fathered a golden dynasty. Duran Godsgrief, who defied the sea itself and built Storm's End. Garth Greenhand, the High King of the First Men, who was said to make the land bloom wherever he walked, and who appears in the ancestry of more houses than any other figure in Westerosi memory. Were these people real? The Maesters cannot say. Perhaps Bran the Builder was a single man of extraordinary vision. Perhaps he was several men whose deeds were merged into one legend. Perhaps he never existed at all, and the stories were invented to explain the wall, to give it a builder, to give the Starks a founder. The same could be said of Garth Greenhand, who may have been a fertility god given human form, or a king whose true name was lost and replaced with something more fitting. The stories do not care about the distinction, and that is precisely the point. The age establishes a pattern that never disappears. Every noble house will claim its authority began in a time when history and myth were indistinguishable. This is the deep truth of the Age of Heroes. It is not a record, it is a foundation. Every house that would ever matter in Westeros traces its line back to this period, to a founder who did something remarkable, something that could not be forgotten. Whether the deed happened as told does not matter. What matters is that the telling gave the house its right to rule. The story is the title, the legend is the law, and so the kingdoms of the first men spread across the continent. In the north, the Starks would claim descent from Bran the Builder and rule from Winterfell, a castle raised, according to tradition, in the same age as the wall itself. In the west, the Lannisters would claim the rock, won by Lan's cunning. In the Stormlands, the Durandons would claim the stormy coast, defying gods and sea alike. In the Reach, the Gardeners would claim descent from Garth Greenhand, their line stretching back to the first High King of the First Men. And in the Iron Islands, the Grey King would be remembered as a figure who wrestled with the sea itself, who slew a sea dragon and built his hall from its bones. Each of these stories is different, and each of these houses is distinct, but the shape of the story is always the same. A founder, a deed, a claim, a line of descent that carries the claim forward through the centuries. The Age of Heroes was not a peaceful age. It was an age of constant small wars, of cattle raids and border disputes, of kings who rose and fell with the seasons. But it was also an age of beginnings. The institutions that would define Westeros for thousands of years were taking shape. The idea that a king ruled by blood, the idea that the old gods witnessed oaths, the idea that certain places were sacred, and that the families who guarded them held a special authority. The first men did not build the great stone castles that would come later. Their strongholds were humbler, but they chose the sites. They marked the ground. They buried their kings beneath the barrows and raised stones to mark the boundaries of their realms. When later ages came, they would build upon these foundations, literally and figuratively, and all the while the weirwoods watched. The children had retreated to the deep forests, but the trees remained everywhere. The first men had adopted the old gods as their own, and the old gods, as the saying goes, have no name. They are the trees, they are the stones, they are the waters beneath the earth. And in the Age of Heroes, the first men learned to live with that presence, to make their oaths before it, to bind their kings to it. This is the world the Age of Heroes leaves behind, a world of small kingdoms and proud bloodlines, of sacred groves and ancestral barrows, of stories that grow taller with every telling, a world that believes its founders were more than mortal, and that the authority of the present flows directly from the deeds of the past. You are still living in the shadow of that belief, but the age is not finished. The heroes have not yet faced their greatest test. The kingdoms are young, the bloodlines are still being written, and somewhere in the far north, beyond the lands the first men have settled, beyond the forests and the rivers and the barrows, winter is waiting. Not the ordinary winter that comes and goes with the years, something older, something that has watched the rise of men with patience beyond measure. The stories of the Age of Heroes will soon collide with a darkness that no founder, no king, no legend has ever faced. And when that darkness comes, the heroes will be remembered not for what they built, but for what they saved. After the Pact, the Age of Heroes produced names that would echo through thousands of years of Westeros memory. But those names arrived to us wrapped in fog. The maesters of the Citadel, who pride themselves on measured record, admit that the Age of Heroes is less a period of verifiable history than a tapestry of legend, where each house traces its line back to a founder whose deeds grow grander with every retelling. The fog is not an accident. These stories were carried through countless generations before any maester set them to parchment, and each telling shaped them further. What remains are figures like Brandon the Builder, Land the Clever, Garth Greenhand, and Durin Godsgrief, names that stand at the head of dynasties, but whose lives are so distant that even the most learned scholars cannot say with certainty when they lived, what they truly built, or whether they were one person or many. Brandon the Builder is the most famous of these founders, and the most frustrating. He is credited with raising Winterfell, the great stronghold of the north, and later with constructing the wall itself, that immense barrier of ice stretching from coast to coast. The stories say he worked with the giants, and that the children of the forest lent him their magic. Winterfell itself is said to be built over hot springs that never freeze, a strange and ancient warmth at the heart of the northern cold. But the scale and chronology of his achievements are deeply uncertain. Winterfell could have been raised by one man, or by a succession of kings who shared the same name, or by a dynasty that later tradition collapsed into a single figure. The wall is even more difficult. It is a structure so vast that even the maesters who doubt the old tales admit it must have taken generations to build, and they cannot reconcile the idea of one man overseeing such a project with the ordinary span of a human life. Some suggest that Brandon the Builder was not a single person but a title, or that the name became a kind of shorthand for the entire age of construction that followed the Pact. What is certain is that the North remembers him, and that every Stark who sits at Winterfell claims descent from his line. If Brandon the Builder represents the power of stone and labour, Lan the Clever represents something altogether different. The legends say that Lan was not a warrior king, and that he did not conquer his kingdom through armies or alliances. Instead, he is remembered as a trickster, a man who outwitted the great houses of the Rock and won his place through cunning rather than conquest. The tales vary wildly. Some say he stole gold from the Castis, the family who held the Rock before the Lannisters, by playing tricks that left them impoverished and humiliated. Others say he used his wits to slip past guards, to turn enemies against one another, and to claim the Rock itself through a series of clever deceptions that no one could untangle afterward. The Maesters note that these stories are almost certainly embellished, and that the historical Lan, if he existed at all, may have been a much more ordinary figure whose reputation grew in the telling. But the meaning of the legend is clear. House Lannister's power is rooted not in the sword but in the mind, and their wealth is presented as a prize won through wit, not blood. To the south, in the Reach, the founding figure takes a different shape entirely. Garth Greenhand is remembered as the source of many of the great bloodlines of the Reach, and his legend is drenched in fertility. He is said to have carried a staff that bloomed with life, to have made the fields grow wherever he walked, and to have fathered so many children that half the noble houses of the south claim descent from him. The stories make him a king, but also something closer to a force of nature, a figure whose kingship was inseparable from the land itself, where Brandon the builder-shaped stone, and Lan the clever-shaped fortune, Garth-shaped life. His many children, each of whom is said to have founded a house or a line, tie the idea of noble rule directly to the idea of abundance. In the southern mythology, to be a king is to be a source of growth, and the Reach's identity as the breadbasket of Westeros is written into its founding legend. The Maesters caution that Garth's descendants are so numerous and so varied that the legend almost certainly absorbed multiple historical figures. But the pattern is telling. The South remembered its founder as a bringer of life, not a builder of walls. On the eastern coast, the Stormlands have their own founder, and his legend is the most defiant of all. Durin Godsgrief is said to have fallen in love with the daughter of the sea and the wind, and when the gods of storm destroyed his first castle, and his second and his third, he refused to yield. He built again and again, each time closer to the sea, until finally he raised a castle that could withstand the fury of the heavens. That castle became Storm's End, and the name Durin Godsgrief is a declaration of defiance. He was not a builder who worked with giants, or a trickster who outwitted mortal enemies. He was a man who looked at divine wrath and answered with architecture. The story turns stone into proof of heroic will, and the Stormlands have never forgotten it. Every storm that beats against the walls of Storm's End is a reminder that their founder refused to bow, and that the castle itself is a monument to human stubbornness in the face of powers far greater than any king. These founders, and the many others like them, gave shape to the great houses of Westeros. But the Age of Heroes was not only a time of building and trickery and defiance, it was also a time when the world was still young, and when the forces that had been set loose in the earliest days of the Dawn Age had not yet faded. The same legends that remember Brandon the Builder and Durin Godsgrief also remember a winter that did not end, a darkness that fell over the world, and a war that would test every foundation these founders laid. The heroes of the age would be remembered not only for what they built, but for what they faced when the cold returned and the light began to fail. Before we dive deeper into this incredible journey, I'm curious, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop a comment below and let our global community know. And if you're finding this as mind-blowing as I am, hit that like button to help more people discover this story. Brandon the Builder raised Winterfell from the bones of the earth, and Lan the Clever slipped through the cracks of Casterly Rock like a shadow. But these two figures are only the beginning of a much stranger story. The Age of Heroes is populated by figures who may have combined political power with supernatural authority, and their stories blur the line between history and myth in ways that still shape the great houses of Westeros. Consider Garth Greenhand, the High King of the first men in the Reach. He is remembered as the father of the Dawn, the one who taught humanity to plant seeds, to till the soil, to bring forth life from the land. His children, according to legend, number in the dozens, and from them descend many of the proudest houses of the South. The Gardeners claim him as their ancestor, and through them, the Tyrells. But Garth was no ordinary king. He was said to have worn a crown of vines and leaves, and his touch could make barren fields bloom. Whether he was a man who became a god in memory, or something older and stranger, the maesters cannot say. What matters is that his bloodline became a claim to rule. Then there is Duran Godsgrief, the first Storm King. His story is one of love and defiance. He fell in love with Elaenai, the daughter of the sea god and the goddess of the wind. When the gods destroyed his castle in their wrath, he refused to yield. He rebuilt his keep again and again, each time stronger, each time more defiant. The seventh castle he raised was Storm's End, and it is said that no storm has ever broken it. Duran's tale is a story about the stubbornness of human ambition against the power of the old gods. And it gave the Durrandons, and later the Baratheons, a foundation of defiance and endurance. Across the Sunset Sea, on the Iron Islands, another founder rose to prominence. The Grey King, as the legends name him, is said to have slain the great sea dragon Naga and built his hall from its bones, with pillars of black stone and a throne carved from the dragon's jaw. He took a mermaid for his wife, and his sons and daughters became the first Ironborn. The Grey King's story is wilder and stranger than the others, a tale of salt and stone and fire, but it serves the same purpose. It gives the Ironborn a founder who is not merely a king, but a figure who tamed the sea itself. And in the deep forests, in the places where the weirwoods still stood tall and white, the Greenseers watched over these young kingdoms. They were the wise ones of the children of the forest, those who could see through the eyes of the trees, who could dream the dreams of the earth itself. After the Pact, some Greenseers remained close to the settlements of the first men, and their counsel was sought by kings, who understood that the old magic was not something to be ignored. A king who had a Greenseer at his side was a king who could see beyond the horizon, who could hear the whispers of the land, and the weirwoods themselves became witnesses to the oaths of kings, their carved faces staring down at every vow, every marriage, every betrayal. The first men learned to carve faces into the white bark of the weirwoods, a tradition they took from the children, and in doing so, they bound themselves to the old gods. Every oath sworn before a weirwood was an oath witnessed by the land itself, and to break such an oath was to invite a curse older than any written law. The North has its own legends, darker and colder. At the Night Fort, the ancient stronghold of the Night's Watch, there is the tale of the Night's King. He was the 13th Lord Commander, a man of the Watch who was supposed to guard the realms of men. But he found a woman in the frozen lands beyond the wall, a woman with skin white as the moon and eyes like blue stars. He took her for his queen, declared himself king, and ruled from the Night Fort, forcing his brothers to kneel. It was only when Brandon the Breaker, the King of Winter, and Joramun, the King beyond the wall, joined forces that the Night's King was brought down. His name was erased from the records, and the maesters still argue over whether he was a Stark or not. The story is a warning about forbidden desire, about the corruption of power, and about the danger of the things that wait beyond the wall. And then there is the Rat Cook, a smaller tale, but one that carries a terrible weight. He was a cook at the Night Fort, and when an Andal king came to visit, the cook killed the king's son and served him to his father in a pie. The gods did not kill the cook for his crime. Instead, they turned him into a great white rat who was cursed to eat his own children. The lesson is not about murder, but about guest right, the sacred duty of hospitality that all men owe to those who share their bread and salt. Betraying a guest is a crime so deep that even the gods refuse to offer a clean death. These tales, the Night's King and the Rat Cook, and so many others like them, transform social fears into cautionary legends about betrayal, hunger, and forbidden desire. They teach the people of Westeros what happens when the bonds of kinship, hospitality, and duty are broken, and they serve another purpose as well. They remind the living that the world is full of powers that do not care about the ambitions of men, and it is in this age that the first long-lasting houses begin defining themselves through ancestry, territory, and stories that justify their right to rule. The Starks look to Brandon the Builder and the blood of the first men, The Lannisters look to Lann the Clever and his cunning. The Gardeners look to Garth Greenhand and his divine fertility. The Durandons look to Duran Godsgrief and his defiance of the gods themselves. Each house claims a founder who is more than mortal, a founder whose deeds set them apart and give their descendants the right to hold land and command armies. These claims are not merely vanity, they are the foundation of legitimacy. In a world without written laws or centralized authority, the right to rule comes from the story you can tell about your ancestors. The older the story, the stronger the claim. The older the bloodline, the deeper the roots, and the harder it becomes for any rival to challenge the right to rule. In the Age of Heroes, the great houses of Westeros planted those roots, and the stories they told then still echo in the present day. A house that could trace its line back to the dawn of the age stood above a house that could only claim a few generations of rule. This was the currency of power, and it shaped every alliance, every marriage, every war. The past was not a distant memory in the Age of Heroes. It was a living weapon, wielded by kings and lords to justify their dominion. But no age lasts forever. The Age of Heroes would not end with a single cataclysm or a single war. It would end gradually, as the first men's dominion over Westeros was challenged by a new people from across the narrow sea. The Andals came with their iron swords and their faith in the Seven, and they burned the weirwoods and cut down the children's forests. But that is a story for another time. For now, the Age of Heroes stands as the Age of Foundations, the age when the map, the legends of the Age of Heroes do not end cleanly. The Night's King is remembered in whispers, the Rat Cook in warnings, and the great founders in the genealogies of proud houses. But between the myth and the memory, something else was happening on the ground. The descendants of the heroes were learning to rule, and the land itself was teaching them how. The first lesson was geography. Westeros is not a single country waiting to be discovered. It is a collection of natural fortresses and open corridors, each one pulling its people in a different direction. Mountains isolate the Vale, sealing it behind stone walls that only a few passes can breach. Forests divide the north, stretching for leagues in every direction and making the land as much a barrier as a home. And rivers create both wealth and invasion corridors. The Trident and its forks carry trade and travellers through the heart of the continent. But the same waters that bring prosperity also bring armies. The geography of Westeros encourages fragmentation. Every region is shaped by its own natural boundaries, and every boundary is a reason for a separate kingdom. This is the truth that shapes the first kingdoms of the continent. River kings, storm kings, high kings, and petty lords turn former migration routes into competing realms. The paths that brought the first men into Westeros, the rivers, the passes, the coastal routes, become the borders they fight over and the roads they defend. Every kingdom is built on a migration route, and every migration route is a potential invasion corridor. The north is the oldest of these realms, and in many ways the most stable. The kings of winter, the Starks, claim descent from Brandon the Builder, and they slowly extend their power across the vast northern lands. But even they do not rule uncontested. The Red Kings of the Bolton line hold the Dreadfort and resist Stark authority for thousands of years. Other petty lords, the Greystarks, the Reeds in their swamps, the Umbers in their cold hills, maintain their own claims and their own pride. The North is a kingdom, but it is a kingdom of many smaller kingdoms, held together by the slow accumulation of Stark power and the shared memory of the long night. The Reach, to the south, is a different kind of realm. The Gardeners claim descent from Garth Greenhand, the legendary figure who is said to have brought fertility to the land. The Reach is the breadbasket of Westeros, rich in grain and orchards and vineyards. Its kings rule from Highgarden, and their power rests on abundance. But abundance attracts envy, and the Reach is bordered by the Stormlands, the Westerlands, and the Riverlands, all of them hungry, all of them watching. The Rock is the wealth of the continent. House Lannister, descended in legend from Lann the Clever, holds the gold mines of the Westerlands. The gold makes them rich, and the hills make them defensible. But the rock is also hemmed in. The sea on one side, the mountains on the other, and the Riverlands beyond. The Lannisters can buy what they cannot take, but they cannot buy the loyalty of their neighbours. The Stormlands are the most exposed of the great realms. The Durandons, descended from Duran Godsgrief, rule a land battered by the storms of the narrow sea. Their kingdom is a warrior kingdom, forged in constant defence. The storms that give their land its name also give it its character, hard, watchful, and ready to fight. The Vale is isolated by its mountains, as the mountains are its true king. Before the Arryns come with the Andals, the Vale is ruled by a patchwork of first men petty kings, each holding a valley or a highland fortress. They fight each other more than they fight the outside world, because the mountains make the outside world a distant concern. The Riverlands are the most contested ground in the continent. The River Kings, the Mudds, the Teagues and others rise and fall with the seasons of war. The rivers make the land rich, but they also make it indefensible. Armies can come from any direction. The Storm Kings push in from the east. The Ironborn raid from the west. The Kings of the Rock press from the south. The River Kings hold their title, but they hold it at the pleasure of their neighbours. The Iron Islands are a world apart. The Ironborn do not build kingdoms on the land. They build them on the sea. Their longships carry them to every coast, and their kings are reavers as much as rulers. The islands themselves are poor, salt, rock, and little else, but the sea is a highway, and the Ironborn use it without asking permission. Dorne is the last of the great regions, and in this age it is still a land of many small kingdoms. The first men who settled there are divided by the deserts and the mountains, and they spend as much time fighting each other as they do resisting outsiders. The Rhoynar have not yet come. That transformation is still centuries away, and this is the key to understanding the Westeros that Aegon the Conqueror will one day find. No single kingdom possesses the military, economic, or symbolic power to unite the continent. The north is too vast and too poor to march south in force. The Reach is rich, but lacks the naval strength and the will to project power across the whole continent. The Rock is wealthy but cautious. The Stormlands are fierce but exhausted by constant defence. The Vale is strong but indifferent to the world beyond its mountains. The Riverlands are too divided to lead. The Iron Islands are too few, and Dorne is too broken by its own internal wars. Each realm can defend itself. None can conquer the others. This is not a failure of ambition. It is a fact of the land. The same geography that gives each kingdom its identity gives each kingdom its limits. The mountains that protect the Vale also imprison it. The forests that hide the north also isolate it. The rivers that enrich the Riverlands also expose it. The sea that empowers the Ironborn also confines them. Westeros is not one country divided into regions. It is many countries that happen to share a continent. And this is why the future Seven Kingdoms are revealed as a late label imposed on a much older patchwork of rival states. When Aegon Targaryen crosses the narrow sea, he does not find 7 neat kingdoms waiting to be conquered. He finds a mosaic, dozens of realms, some ancient, some recent, some barely holding together. The title Lord of the Seven Kingdoms is a simplification, a political fiction created after the conquest to make the new order seem inevitable. The truth is messier. The truth is that the first men spent thousands of years building and rebuilding their kingdoms, and the borders they drew were never clean and never final. The River Kings fade, the Storm Kings rise, the High Kings claim authority over lesser lords, and the petty lords cling to their own small domains. The map of Westeros is always changing, always in motion, and the people who live on that map know that their borders are not eternal. They know that the next war, the next marriage, the next migration could redraw everything. So the kingdoms take shape, but they do not take root. They are living things, breathing and shifting with every generation, and the greatest test of their endurance is still to come. From across the narrow sea, a new people is gathering. They carry iron swords and a new faith. and they are watching the shores of Westeros with patient eyes. The kingdoms of the Age of Heroes were young, restless, and full of ambition. River kings measured their power by the reach of their tributaries. Storm kings claimed whatever the wind could carry. High kings and petty lords fought over borders that shifted with every generation. And then, without warning, the world forgot its quarrels. The Long Night arrives sometime after the Age of Heroes, but its exact date is among the most disputed events in the entire chronology. Some maesters place it 8,000 years before the coming of the Targaryens. Others argue for a more recent date, perhaps 5,000 or 6,000 years. A few scholars, reading the same fragmentary sources, have even suggested that the Long Night never happened at all, that it is a metaphor for something else entirely. But the stories are too consistent, too widespread, to be dismissed as mere invention. The same tale appears in the frozen reaches of the north, in the ancient texts of the faith, in the oral traditions of the Iron Islands, and in the distant libraries of Essos. A winter that did not end, a darkness that swallowed the sun, and creatures of ice and shadow moving through the snow, bringing death to everything they touched. The Age of Heroes had produced kings and warriors, founders and tricksters, men and women whose deeds were remembered in song for thousands of years, but none of them were prepared for what came. The others, as the first men called them, were not an army in any conventional sense. They did not seek tribute. They did not negotiate. They did not tire or retreat or show mercy. They came with the cold, and the cold came with them. Where they passed, the dead rose to fight beside them. Farms were abandoned. Kingdoms collapsed overnight. The living fled south, and the dead followed. The sun, when it appeared at all, was a pale disk behind endless grey clouds. The snow fell without stopping, burying villages, burying roads, burying the memory of what the world had looked like before the dark. The War for the Dawn, as it came to be known, was not a single battle or a single campaign. It was a long, grinding struggle for survival. Fought in the dark, fought in the snow, fought by people who had lost everything except the will to keep breathing. The stories say that the final victory was won by a hero with a burning sword, a figure remembered as Azor Ahai in the Eastern tradition, as the last hero in the Northern tales, as a dozen other names in a dozen other tongues. But the details of that victory are lost. What remains is the aftermath. When the dawn finally came, when the sun rose again, and the ice began to retreat, the survivors faced a terrible question. How do you prevent this from happening again? How do you guard against a horror that has no mercy, no reason, no hunger that can be satisfied? The answer, according to tradition, was a wall. Tradition credits Brandon the Builder with raising the wall after the catastrophe, possibly with the aid of giants, magic, or both. The same Brandon who raised Winterfell, who is said to have lived for thousands of years, who appears in the foundation myths of half the great houses of the north. Whether he was one man or many, whether he was a king or a sorcerer, or a legend that grew with each retelling, the wall is his monument, 700 feet high in some places, stretching for 300 miles from the gorge in the west to the Bay of Seals in the east, built of ice so old and so dense that it does not melt in summer, carved with spells and woven with enchantments, if the old tales are to be believed. Raised, the stories say, with the help of giants who lifted blocks of ice that no man could move, and with the help of the children of the forest, who sang their magic into the frozen stone. Along its length, the first builders raised castles of black stone and timber, 19 forts in all, each one a bastion against the northern dark. But the wall was never just a barrier, it was a promise that the darkness would not be allowed to return. And it was a confession too, though few would speak it aloud, a confession that humanity had not truly won. The others had been driven back, not destroyed. They had been stopped, not defeated. The wall was built because the people who raised it knew, in their bones, that the enemy was still out there, waiting, patient, biding its time in the lands beyond. The Night's Watch is established to guard the northern frontier. though its original purpose becomes increasingly misunderstood. In the beginning, the Watch was the most honoured duty in all of Westeros. The best men of the best houses took the Black willingly, seeing it as a sacred charge. They manned the castles along the wall, kept the ancient vows, and stood ready for the day when the cold returned. The kings of the north gave the Watch a gift of land, the gift stretching for many leagues south of the wall, so that the brothers would never want for food or coin. But as the centuries passed, as the memory of the long night faded into myth, and then into superstition, the Watch changed. The wildlings beyond the wall became the enemy, not the others. The wall became a prison boundary, a place to send criminals and exiles. The original purpose, the true purpose, was forgotten by almost everyone. Only the Watch remembered, and even the Watch began to doubt. The vows remained. The words were still spoken. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. But the meaning behind them, the terrible knowledge that had given birth to the Night's Watch, slipped away like snow melting in the sun. And so the wall stands at the edge of memory, at the edge of the known world, at the edge of what humanity is willing to believe. It is the largest structure ever raised by human hands, and yet its true purpose has become a legend, a story told to children, a curiosity for maesters who debate its age and its builder. The wall stands as both monument and confession. Humanity survived, but never truly defeated the darkness it feared. Every stone of ice is a reminder of that survival. Every mile of frozen rampart is an admission of that fear. The kings of the south went back to their quarrels. The River Kings and the Storm Kings and the High Kings resumed their old games, as if the world had never almost ended. The north, scarred and changed, kept its old gods and its old ways, and the wall remained, silent and patient, waiting for the world to remember what it had forgotten. When the Andals came, centuries later, they found a north that had already learned the hardest lesson any people can learn. They found a land shaped by survival, hardened by memory, and guarded by a wall that had outlasted every kingdom that had raised it. The Andals brought their 7 gods and their iron swords, and they conquered the south. But the north held, the wall held, and the long, slow forgetting continued, until the original purpose of the Watch was nothing more than a whisper, a rumour, a half-remembered dream. The long night did not arrive with a declaration or a single moment of darkness. It came as a season that refused to end, a cold that crept southward from the far north, like a slow tide. The maesters who later tried to date it could never agree. But every account, every legend, every half-remembered song points to the same truth. The others descended from the far north during an unnatural winter that became known as the Long Night. And when they came, they did not come as raiders or conquerors in the way the first men understood. They came as something else entirely. The stories describe cold, darkness, animated dead, and an enemy that conventional weapons cannot reliably defeat. Swords of steel would shatter against them, or so the tales say. Bronze, the metal of the first men, fared no better. The dead rose again, their eyes burning with a pale blue light, and they fought for the enemy that had killed them. The living who faced them spoke of a cold that had nothing to do with the winter outside, a cold that reached into the bones and snuffed out courage. The others themselves were rarely seen clearly, but they were tall, youthful, and terrible, with armour that seemed to shift like ice and swords that could shatter ordinary steel. They did not shout or rage. They moved in silence, and the silence was more frightening than any war cry. The winter that came with them was not a natural season. The days grew shorter and the nights longer, until the sun barely rose above the horizon, and the world was wrapped in a grey twilight. Rivers froze solid, and the sea turned to ice along the northern coasts. The snow fell without mercy, burying villages and forests, and the cold seeped into every hall and every hearth. It was a winter that did not break, and the people of Westeros had no name for it at first. They called it the Long Night, and the name stuck because it was not a metaphor. It was a description of what the world had become. This was not a war between kingdoms. It was not a dispute over borders or a quarrel between rival houses. The appearance of the others threatened not merely individual kingdoms, but the existence of human civilization itself. For the first time, the quarrels of kings become irrelevant beside a threat that can erase every kingdom at once. The petty wars of the Age of Heroes, the feuds and alliances and bloodlines that had defined the generations since the Pact. All of it meant nothing in the face of a winter that could swallow the world. The kings who had fought over rivers and hills now found themselves fighting for the survival of their people, and many of them failed. The long night lasted a generation, according to some accounts. Others say it was a single year that felt like a lifetime. The sun hid behind clouds that never broke, and the cold killed crops and livestock. The dead outnumbered the living in the fields and forests. The children of the forest, who had lived in the deep woods since the Dawn Age, joined with the first men in a desperate alliance. They brought fire and dragon glass, the obsidian that could kill the others where steel could not. But even that was not enough at first. The others seemed to come from everywhere at once, and the dead they left behind rose to join them. Every battle won was followed by a new army of corpses. In those years, the old laws broke down. There was no king who could protect his people, no lord who could hold his lands. The living fled south, but the cold followed them. The dead rose in the fields where they had fallen, and the living could not bury their own kin for fear that they would rise again. It was a time of madness and despair, and many chose to end their own lives rather than face the darkness. The Greenseers of the children looked into the Weirwoods and saw only more snow and more death. The hope that had carried the first men across the sea and into the lands of the children burnt, and what remained was the cold. The stories that survive from that time are not the proud chronicles of kings. They are the frightened whispers of survivors, passed down through generations. They tell of the Night's King, a figure who may have been a Stark of Winterfell or a Bolton, or perhaps no one at all, who was said to have made a pact with the cold. They tell of the Rat Cook, a tale that warns of the consequences of breaking sacred laws. But beneath all these legends is a simpler, more terrible truth. The world came very close to ending. The others did not want gold or land or power. They wanted the end of all warmth, all life, all memory, and they very nearly got it. The turning point, if it can be called that, came when the Alliance of the Living finally found a way to push the darkness back. The details are lost to myth. Some say it was a hero named Azor Ahai, who forged a burning sword by plunging it into the heart of his own beloved. Others say it was the last hero, a figure from the Westerosi tales, who sought the children of the forest and learned the secrets of dragonglass and fire. Still others say it was the combined strength of the first men and the children, using every weapon they had and every spell they knew, that finally broke the others. The truth is that no one knows, but the long night ended. The others retreated to the far north, to the lands of always winter, and the wall was raised to keep them there. Brandon the Builder, if he existed, may have raised it with the help of giants and the children, and with spells woven into the ice itself. The memory of the long night did not fade easily. It became the foundation of every religion, every warning, every oath. The Night's Watch was founded to guard the wall, and their vows still echo the fear of that time. The words of House Stark, "Winter is coming," are not a bust or a threat. They are a reminder that the cold is always waiting, that the enemy is never truly gone. The stories of the others became a warning, a shadow at the edge of the world. And when the Andals came to Westeros centuries later, they brought their own faith and their own heroes. But they could not erase the memory of the long night. It was too deep, too old, too true. The world that emerged from the long night was different. The Age of Heroes had been broken. Many of the great houses and bloodlines had been destroyed or scattered. The survivors rebuilt, but they rebuilt with the knowledge that the world was fragile, that the darkness could return. The wall stood as a reminder of what had been done, and the North carried the weight of that memory more heavily than any other region. The kings of the south could argue over titles and borders, but the men who manned the wall knew that the real enemy was not another king, it was the cold. And so the long night passed into legend, but it never passed into irrelevance. The stories of cold, darkness, and animated dead became the oldest stories in Westeros, told around fires in every hall and every hovel. The enemy that conventional weapons could not defeat became the reason for the dragonglass caches hidden in ancient tombs, the reason for the sacred oaths, the reason for the wall itself. And when the seasons turned and the winters grew longer, the old fear stirred again. The others had not been destroyed, they had only been driven back. The memory of their coming was a promise, and the promise was that they would come again. The others came from the far north, but the long night was never a distant threat. It moved, it spread, and as it spread, the world that the first men and the children of the forest had built began to come apart, piece by piece, until almost nothing was left standing. The first sign was the cold, not the ordinary cold of winter, but a deep, unnatural chill that crept southward day by day, seeping into the bones of the land itself. The sun, when it appeared at all, seemed smaller and paler, as if it were struggling to reach the earth. Some say the stars themselves vanished from the sky, leaving only darkness overhead. Harvests failed across the northern kingdoms first, then through the Riverlands, then further south. Fields that had fed villages for generations produced nothing but frost-bitten stalks. Granaries emptied, livestock died in their pens, and the animals that survived grew thin and sickly, their eyes hollow with fear. And then the snow came. It fell without mercy, piling higher than the roofs of longhouses, burying the roads that connected one settlement to another. Roads vanished beneath snow, and with them went the messengers, the traders, the travelling lords who had once bound the kingdoms together. Communities collapsed as the darkness spread southward. Villages that had weathered every previous winter found themselves cut off, alone, with no word from the outside world and no hope of relief. Some turned on one another, hoarding what little food remained. Others simply faded into the white silence, their hearths going cold one by one. Kings could not protect their people. Lords could not feed their tenants. The old certainties, the bonds of kinship and fealty that had held the first men together for generations, meant nothing against the hunger and the cold. It was in this darkness that the others revealed themselves. They were not merely raiders or invaders. They were something else entirely, something that did not seek tribute or territory, but the end of life itself. The dead rose to serve them. The cold followed in their wake, and the weapons that the first men had carried for generations, the bronze swords and spears that had won them a continent, shattered against the enemy, like glass against stone. No army could stand against them. No wall could hold them. The only hope lay in the oldest powers of the world, the powers that had existed long before the first men had ever crossed the sea. Desperate times forced desperate choices. The children of the forest and the first men had been enemies once. Their war ended only by the Pact on the Isle of Faces. That peace had held for thousands of years, but it had kept them separate, each in their own lands, each with their own ways, each nursing old wounds and old suspicions. Now, with the world dying around them, they were forced into an alliance against the others, repeating the cooperation that had once ended their own war. It was not an easy alliance. The first men had cut down the sacred weirwoods. The children had unleashed powers that the first men could not understand. But the long night did not care about old grievances. The children brought their deep knowledge of the old magic, the songs of the earth, the power of the Greenseers. The first men brought their numbers, their warriors, their stubborn refusal to yield. Together, they did what neither could do alone. But even together, they were not enough. Bronze shattered. Steel, where it existed at all, was no better. The war demanded something more. And so they turned to dragonglass, the black volcanic glass that the children had used for their own blades since the dawn of their people. Dragonglass, fire and forgotten magic became essential weapons in a struggle where bronze and steel were not enough. The children knew the old ways, the spells and the songs that had been lost to the first men. And in the desperate battles of the long night, those forgotten arts were brought back into the light. Fire burned against the cold. Dragonglass pierced the pale flesh of the others, and the alliance held against all odds. Through battles whose names have been lost to history, the war became known as the War for the Dawn, because that was what was at stake. Not kingdoms, not borders, not the pride of any house, but the dawn itself. The Eastern traditions remember a hero called Azor Ahai, who forged a burning sword in the heart of the struggle, tempering it in the only way that could give it power. The Westerosi remember the last hero, who set out in the depths of the long night with his companions and returned, alone, with the knowledge that would turn the tide. The stories differ in their details, but they all point to the same truth. The war was won by those who refused to let the darkness have the last word. When the dawn finally came, when the others were driven back into the frozen north, and the long winter began to recede, the world that emerged was not the same world that had been lost. The long night had carved a permanent divide into the memory of Westeros. Everything before the darkness, the age of heroes, the Pact, the First Kingdoms, all of it became a kind of golden age, remembered through a haze of distance and loss. Everything after the dawn, the rebuilding, the new alliances, the slow recovery, all of it was shaped by the knowledge of what had been survived. Old houses had been extinguished. New ones had risen from the ruins. The catastrophe permanently divides Westerosi memory into before the darkness and after the dawn. The wall was raised in the generations that followed, a monument of ice and magic, built to ensure that the others would never again sweep southward. Brandon the Builder is credited with its construction, and if the stories are true, he had help from the giants and the children themselves. But even the wall could not erase the memory of what had happened. The north kept its old gods and its old ways, watching the southern kingdoms with a wary eye, never quite forgetting that the cold could return. The south, in time, would forget much of what the long night had taught. New peoples would come to Westeros, bringing new faiths and new stories, and they would reshape the land in their own image. But the memory of the long night, the deep scar of that endless winter, would never fully fade. It lived on in the songs, in the legends, in the very stones of the wall, waiting to be remembered again. When the alliance of the children of the forest and the first men finally pushed the darkness back, the story of how it happened did not survive as a single memory. It survived as many memories, each shaped by people who carried them through the centuries that followed. And in those centuries, the War for the Dawn acquired two very different heroes. In the east, among the shadowed cities of Ahai and the ancient priesthoods that guard their oldest secrets, the tradition speaks of Azor Ahai. He is the hero of the long night, the chosen one who was tested 3 times in the forging of a weapon that could stand against the cold. According to the Eastern texts, Azor Ahai laboured for 30 days and 30 nights to temper his blade in water. When he plunged it into the water, the sword shattered. He tried again, working for 50 days and 50 nights, and this time he tempered the blade in the heart of a captured lion. The sword shattered again. Finally, in despair, he turned to his wife, Nissa, and asked her to bare her breast. He drove the blade through her living heart, and as her soul met the steel, the sword absorbed her courage and her love and her pain, and Lightbringer burned with a heat that could cut through the darkness itself. The blade was said to be warm to the touch, glowing with its own inner fire, a weapon that carried the sun within its edge. That is the Eastern story. It is a story of sacrifice, of loss, of the terrible price that victory demands. Lightbringer is not a gift. It is a wound, carried by the one who was willing to pay for the dawn with everything he had. In Westeros, the account is different. The maesters and the singers of the North tell of the last hero, a figure who set out in the depths of the long night to find the children of the forest and ask for their help. Some versions of the tale say he set out with 12 companions, and that each one fell to the cold or to the others before he reached his goal. He carried a sword forged in the old way, but the cold was so bitter that the blade shattered when he faced the others. His companions died around him one by one, until he walked alone through a world of snow and silence. The stories say he was so desperate that he finally found the children, and together they forged a new weapon, one that carried the memory of everything he had lost. In this version of the tale, the hero does not sacrifice his wife. He sacrifices his friends, his hope, his own sense of purpose, and what remains of him is something hard enough to stand against the dark. The war itself was not won by a single sword, in either telling. The alliance of the children and the first men fought with dragon glass, which the children could shape into blades that cut through the others like nothing else. They fought with fire and with the old magic that the children had wielded since the dawn of their own age. The first men brought their bronze and their stubborn refusal to surrender. And when the war ended, when the others were driven back into the frozen lands beyond the world, the survivors did not agree on who deserved the credit. These may be separate figures, separated by an ocean and by centuries of retelling. They may be regional versions of one event, the same war remembered through different cultural lenses. Or they may be myths, transformed a collective victory into a single heroic narrative. Because it is easier to tell a story about one man who saved the world than to tell a story about the thousands of unnamed men and women who stood together in the snow and refused to break. The ambiguity is not an accident. It is the very nature of the long night. The event itself is so old, so far beyond the reach of written record, that everything we know about it comes from fragments. The Maesters date it roughly 8,000 years before Aegon's conquest. But even they admit the number is little more than a guess. The long night could have been longer or shorter. The heroes could have been one person or many. What matters, in the end, is that the darkness ended, and that the people who survived it built their world on the memory of that survival. In the Eastern tradition, the memory of Azor Ahai did not remain in the past. It became a prophecy. The priesthoods of Ahai teach that Azor Ahai will be reborn, that when the darkness threatens again, a new hero will arise to forge Lightbringer once more and lead the fight against the others. The Red Priests of R'hllor carry this prophecy across the world, watching for signs, waiting for the one who will wake dragons from stone and bring the dawn. In Westeros, the memory took a different shape. The Night's Watch was founded in the aftermath of the war, a brotherhood sworn to guard the realms of men against whatever might come from beyond the wall. The wall itself, raised by Brandon the Builder with the aid of giants and magic, became the physical expression of that promise. The Watch did not wait for a single hero. It built a wall, it stationed men along that wall, and it told itself that the vigilance of ordinary people sworn to a thankless duty would be enough to hold back the dark. The vows of the Night's Watch bind its members for life, and the order endures through the centuries, even as the memory of what it was founded to guard against fades into legend. Both traditions carry the same truth, even if they express it differently. The long night was defeated by sacrifice. Whether that sacrifice was a wife's heart or a lifetime of lonely vigilance, whether it was one hero or an entire brotherhood, the lesson is the same. The dawn is never free. It is paid for in blood and loss, and the willingness to give everything for the people who will come after. And that is why the long night remains alive, not just as history, but as prophecy. The story of Azor Ahai and the last hero is not a settled account of something that happened once, long ago. It is a warning, a promise, and a question. When the cold returns, as the stories say it will, who will be willing to pay the price? The answer, perhaps, was already taking shape in the centuries after the war, as the survivors emerged from the long night and began to rebuild. The world they created was shaped by what they had endured. The alliances that had held the darkness at bay did not simply dissolve. They hardened into kingdoms, into bloodlines, into the great houses that would define Westeros for thousands of years. And far to the south, across the narrow sea, a new people were beginning to move. They carried iron swords and a faith in 7 gods, and they would test everything the first men had built. The dawn came, but it did not heal the world. When the others were finally defeated or driven back into the frozen lands beyond the north, the survivors emerged from their refuges to find a continent broken in ways that went far beyond the scars of battle. The war for the dawn had been won. The cost was written into the land itself. Fields lay buried beneath snow that had not melted for years. Forests had died where the cold had lingered too long. Entire peoples had vanished, not through conquest, but through simple erasure. Their names lost because there was no one left to speak them. The others were defeated or driven away, but the survivors inherited a damaged continent and a civilization haunted by extinction. That is the truth the songs rarely capture. The victory was real, but so was the silence that followed. For generations afterward, the people of Westeros told stories of the long night, and those stories were not tales of triumph. They were warnings. They were reminders that the world had almost ended, and that the only thing standing between humanity and that ending had been a fragile alliance of enemies who had spent centuries at war with one another. The alliance held long enough to win. It did not hold much longer. In the years that followed, the children of the forest and the first men did not return to their old wars, but neither did they remain what they had been during the crisis. The children, already in retreat for millennia, retreated further. Their numbers had been thinned by the long war against the first men, and then by the long night itself. The deep forests that had once been their sanctuary became places of memory, haunted by the ghosts of a world that no longer existed. The first men, for their part, inherited a continent that was theirs in a way it had never been before, but it was a damaged inheritance, and the oldest magic was fading from public memory. During the long night, the powers of the children, the Greenseers, and the forces woven into the world itself had been visible, undeniable, and terrifying. Afterward, they receded. The weirwoods remained, and the old gods were still honoured, but the deep magic that had once flowed through the land grew quieter with each passing generation. The first men had won the world, but they had won it just as it was becoming less magical. The wall became the permanent boundary of that new world. Tradition credits Brandon the Builder with raising it, and while the details are lost to legend, the wall itself stands as the great monument of that age. It was not merely a fortification, it was a declaration that the North had a limit, that the lands beyond were no longer part of the human world. The wall was built with stone and ice, and according to the stories, with magic woven into its foundations. Giants were said to have helped raise it, and the children themselves were said to have sung the spells that still guard its strength. And the Night's Watch turned vigilance into an institution. What had begun as a desperate alliance of warriors during the long night became a permanent order, sworn to guard the realm against the return of the others. The Watch took its vows, built its castles along the wall, and dedicated itself to a purpose that had no end. The enemy had been driven back, but the Watch existed to ensure that, if the enemy ever returned, there would be someone standing in its path. Generations would pass. Kingdoms would rise and fall. The Watch would remain, its black cloaks a constant reminder that the long night was not a story that had ended, but a threat that had been postponed. The lands south of the wall, the gift, were granted to the Watch to sustain it, so that its vigilance would never depend on the charity of kings. The wall, then, was more than a boundary. It was a scar. It marked the place where the world had been wounded, and it stood as a promise that the wound would never be allowed to open again. But the victory created no lasting unity. Once the common enemy disappeared, the kings of the first men returned to fighting one another. The alliances forged in the darkness of the long night did not survive the light of the dawn. Old grudges resurfaced, new ambitions took root. The kingdoms that had been shattered by the war were rebuilt, but they were rebuilt as rivals, not as allies. The North, the Riverlands, the Reach, the Stormlands, the Vale, the Westerlands. All of them began to take shape as distinct realms, each with its own kings, its own laws, and its own claims to lands that had been soaked in blood not long before. The memory of the Long Night did not disappear. It was honoured, remembered, and passed down, but it did not unite. It haunted. The great houses of the Age of Heroes traced their lines back to the men and women who had fought in the War for the Dawn. But those lines quickly became instruments of ambition rather than guardians of unity. The sons of heroes became kings who fought their neighbours. The grandsons of heroes became conquerors. And within a few generations, the continent that had been saved from extinction was once again a patchwork of warring realms. The children of the forest became creatures of legend. In the centuries that followed, the first men told stories of them, but the stories grew distant. They were half remembered, half believed, figures who belonged to a world that no longer existed. The deep forests where they had once walked were still there, but they were places of silence now, where travellers spoke in whisper and hurried past the old weirwoods. And so the dawn that followed the long night was not a new beginning, in the way the songs would later claim. It was a survival. The world continued, but it continued changed. The wall stood. The watch kept its vigil. The kings returned to their wars. And the deep magic of the children, the magic that had once been woven into the very fabric of the land, receded further into the shadows, waiting for a time when it would be needed again, or perhaps waiting simply to be forgotten. The first men who emerged from the long night were not the same people who had crossed the land bridge from Essos thousands of years before. They had been shaped by war, by loss, by the knowledge that the world could end. They carried that knowledge with them as they rebuilt their kingdoms, and it showed in everything they built. The great houses of the Age of Heroes were not merely dynasties, they were monuments to survival, attempts to impose order on a world that had nearly been destroyed. But order, once imposed, became something else. It became power, and power, once it existed, was fought over. The kingdoms of the first men spread across the continent, each one claiming its own piece of the world that had been saved. The kings who ruled them spoke of the long night, honoured the heroes, and kept the old traditions. But they also raised armies, built fortresses, and waged war against their neighbours. The unity of the War for the Dawn was a memory, not a foundation. It was something to be proud of, something to be remembered. But it was not something to be maintained, and so the world moved on. The wall remained, a permanent boundary between the realms of men and the frozen lands beyond. The Night's Watch remained, its black brothers standing guard against a threat that might never come again. And the first men, heirs to a continent that had been saved at tremendous cost, turned their attention to the only thing that seemed to matter in the long centuries that followed. The endless, grinding struggle for power between the kingdoms they had built. The Age of Heroes did not end with a single event. It faded as all ages do into the slow accumulation of time. The great figures of the War for the Dawn passed into legend. Their descendants became kings, lords, and warriors, but they were no longer giants among men. They were simply rulers, struggling for dominance over a land that had been won. At the cost of almost everything, the kingdoms of the first men, divided and wary, would not be left alone to settle their rivalries in peace. The seas that had once carried the first men to Westeros were still open, and the world beyond them had not forgotten that a continent lay waiting. Even after the darkness lifts, the wall remains. It stands as a promise, a warning, and a boundary between the world of the living and the cold that waits beyond. The men who guard it, the brothers of the Night's Watch, are no longer a desperate alliance of survivors. They are an institution, sworn to stand watch for all the years to come. Their vows are old, even when they are newly spoken. Their purpose is simple. The long night must never be allowed to return. But the wall is only the beginning of the new order. Behind it, Across the length and breadth of Westeros, the survivors of the Long Night are beginning the slow work of rebuilding, and the shape of that rebuilding will define the continent for thousands of years. The world that emerges from the Long Night is not the world that entered it. The great kingdoms of the Age of Heroes have been shattered. Many of the proud houses that once claimed descent from gods and legends are simply gone. Their castles stand empty, their fields choked with weeds, their names preserved only in the half-remembered songs of wandering singers. The survivors gather what remains, and what remains is shaped by the land itself. The kingdoms that rise from the ashes of the Long Night do not rebuild where they once stood. They rebuild where the land still offers a chance to live, around the strongholds that held against the darkness, where stone walls and steady hearts kept the dead at bay, along the ancient roads that still run through the forests and hills, worn by generations of travellers and traders, in the fertile Riverlands, where the meltwater of the long winter has left rich soil ready for the plough, and along the strategic coasts, where the sea provides food and the harbours provide connection to a wider world. The map of Westeros begins to take a new shape. The north, vast and cold and sparsely populated, clusters around the great keeps that survived. The Riverlands, broken and contested, become a patchwork of petty lords, each claiming a stretch of the Trident. The Reach, with its gentle climate and abundant harvests, recovers faster than anywhere else. The Stormlands, battered by the sea and the wind, forge a heartier breed of lord. The West, with its gold and its hills, rebuilds around the mines that made it wealthy. And the Vale, protected by its mountains, becomes a refuge for those who've fled the worst of the darkness. But the rebuilding is not merely a matter of stone and timber. It is a matter of memory. The Long Night leaves behind more than ruins. It leaves behind stories. And those stories become the most powerful tools the new kings possess. Every ruler who sits on a throne in the centuries after the Long Night understands that their authority rests on a warning. The darkness came because humanity was divided. The children and the first men had fought for generations before the others arrived. And when the cold came, there was no single kingdom strong enough to stand against it. Only an alliance forged in desperation saved the world. The lesson is simple. Division invites catastrophe. Unity is survival. The kings of the New Age tell this story again and again. They tell it at their courts, in their halls, to their heirs and their rivals. They build it into the foundations of their rule. The king who unites his people is the heir of the heroes who fought the Long Night. The lord who quarrels with his neighbours is a threat to the peace that was bought with so much blood. The stories of the Long Night become a kind of sacred history, a warning carved into the very idea of kingship itself. To claim descent from the last hero or from one of the warriors who stood beside him is to claim a share of that sacred history. To honour the old alliances is to prove oneself worthy of the crown. But even as the stories unite, they also divide. The North remembers the Long Night differently than the South. In the North, the old ways hold fast. The first men who survived the darkness remain close to the children of the forest, who fought beside them in the war for the dawn. The old gods are still worshipped in the weirwood groves. The oaths are still sworn before the heart trees. The North preserves more of the old traditions, more of the ancient knowledge, more of the sense that the world is older and stranger than the South is willing to admit. The kings of the North do not forget that the children were their allies, their teachers, and their friends. In the South, the story begins to change. The Southern kings, eager to distance themselves from the chaos of the past, turn away from the children and their gods. The children become a memory, then a myth, then a rumour. The Southern lords build their new order on the foundations of human strength and human law. They look to the future, not the past. They tell the story of the Long Night as a tale of human heroism, of the last hero and the sword of fire, rather than as a tale of alliance with the older races. The children of the forest, who gave so much to the fight, are slowly written out of the story, and so the past begins to harden into identity. The north becomes a land of endurance, shaped by cold and memory and the old gods. The south becomes a land of ambition, shaped by conquest and law and the new order. And in the frontier regions, where the two worlds meet, there grows a suspicion of both. The lords of the marches and the Riverlands learn to trust no one, to rely on their own strength, to watch the horizon for the next threat. They are the buffer between two ways of life, and they know that the peace between them is never certain. The age after the darkness is not a golden age. It is an age of survival, of rebuilding, of remembering. The kingdoms that rise from the ruins are smaller than the ones that fell. The peace they forge is fragile. The stories they tell are both a warning and a weapon, but they are the foundation upon which everything else will be built. For thousands of years, the memory of the Long Night will shape the way Westeros thinks about itself. It will shape the way kings rule, the way lords war, the way the North and the South understand each other, and it will shape the way the first men greet what comes next. The kingdoms they have rebuilt, hardened by memory and shaped by the land, will not be the last kingdoms to rise in Westeros. The continent has been reborn once. It will be reborn again, and the next wave of change will not come from the frozen north, but from across the narrow sea, where the ships of a new people are already being prepared for the journey west. The kingdoms that survived the Long Night rebuilt slowly, and the memory of that terrible darkness never quite faded. Kings told their children stories of the winter that nearly ended the world, not merely to preserve history, but to warn. Division invites catastrophe. Unity, however fragile, is what keeps the darkness at bay. For centuries, that lesson held. The great houses of the first men grew strong in their ancient seats. The old gods were honoured beneath the weirwoods, and the wall stood watch over a north that had learned to fear the cold. But Westeros was not the only continent. Across the narrow sea, in the hills of Essos, a people had been watching, waiting and growing. They called themselves the Andals. Centuries after the Long Night, the Andals cross from Essos into Westeros and begin a new transformation of the continent. They arrive with iron weapons, organised war bands, new aristocratic traditions, and devotion to the faith of the Seven. And unlike the first men, who had come in an age before written memory seeking new lands, the Andals do not merely settle. They seek to conquer, to replace, and to culturally absorb the kingdoms they find. The first men had crossed the land bridge that once connected Essos to Westeros, a bridge later shattered by the sea. The Andals had no such bridge. They came in ships, longboats and galleys, carrying warriors, families, priests, and horses across the narrow sea in wave after wave. The crossing was not a single invasion, but a migration that stretched over centuries, each wave more organised, more determined, and more numerous than the last. Their homeland was the region known as Andalos, a land of hills and rivers on the western coast of Essos. The Andals were a proud and warlike people, and their culture had been shaped by two great forces, iron and faith. They had learned to forge weapons from iron, which was harder and stronger than the bronze the first men still used. An Andal knight in iron mail, wielding an iron sword, could cut through bronze with terrifying ease. But it was not only their weapons that set them apart, it was their belief. The faith of the Seven taught that there was one God with seven aspects: the father, the mother, the warrior, the maiden, the smith, the crone and the stranger. It was a faith that demanded devotion, and it looked upon the old gods of the first men with suspicion and contempt. The weirwoods, the sacred trees with their carved faces, were seen as idols, and the Andals believed it was their duty to cut them down. Wherever the Andals marched, the weirwoods fell. The first of the Andals to make a lasting mark landed in the Vale, the mountainous region on the eastern coast. The Vale was ruled by the first men kings of House Royce, who had held their lands since the Age of Heroes. But the Andals came with a leader who would become legend, Sir Artis Arryn, called the Winged Knight. The stories say that Artis defeated the Royce king in single combat atop the Giant's Lance, the great mountain that looms over the Vale. Whether the tale is true or embellished, The result is not in doubt. The Vale fell to the Andals, and House Arryn rose to rule it in the centuries that followed. From the Vale, the Andals spread outward like a storm breaking over the continent. They pushed south into the Riverlands, crossed into the Reach, the great garden of Westeros, and swept through the Stormlands into the Westerlands, where the hills were rich with gold. Kingdom after kingdom of the First Men fell before them. Some houses were destroyed entirely, their lines extinguished, their castles burned. Others bent the knee and intermarried with their conquerors, slowly adopting Andal customs, Andal names, and the faith of the Seven. The old alliances of the Age of Heroes, the ancient pacts and bloodlines that had bound the first men together for thousands of years, were broken and remade in the image of the Andals. The Andals brought more than iron and faith. They brought a new way of organizing power. The first men had kings who ruled through strength and lineage, but the Andals refined lordship into something more formal, more hierarchical. They brought knighthood with its oaths and rituals, the mounted warrior sworn to a liege lord, and heraldry, the banners and sigils that would define the noble houses of the South. And they brought the faith as an institution, with septons and septas, with holy texts and ceremonies, with the great septs that would one day rise in every major town and city. The Andals also brought writing. The first men had carved runes into stone and wood, but the Andals carried a written language, a script that could record laws, histories and genealogies. It was the Andals who gave the maesters their letters, and it was in the centuries of the Andal conquest that the citadel at Old Town began to grow into the great centre of learning it would become. The South was being remade, not just on the surface, but in its very foundations. But the storm had a limit. The Andals pushed north, toward the Neck, the swampy isthmus that connects the north to the rest of the continent, and there they stopped. The Neck was a natural barrier, a maze of bogs and quicksand, defended by the Crannogmen, the small and secretive people who knew every hidden path and every deadly trap. Beyond the Neck lay the north itself, vast, cold and fiercely independent. The kings of winter, the Starks of Winterfell, had ruled the north since the Age of Heroes, and they had no intention of bowing to foreign gods or foreign lords. The north was too large, too cold and too poor to be conquered by the armies of the south, and the northerners were too stubborn to be absorbed. The Andals tried, of course. They marched against the north more than once, but each time they were met by the spears of the northern houses, by the ancient oaths sworn beneath the Weirwoods, and by a land that seemed to fight alongside its people. The north remained the great exception. It kept the old gods, it kept the old ways, it kept the blood of the first men, and it kept its distance from the faith of the Seven. Even the Wall, far to the north, remained a place of the old gods, where the Night's Watch swore its vows before Weirwoods, not before Septons. The invasion creates the South, as later generations will recognize it. The South became a land of knights and septons, of heraldry and chivalry, of lords who traced their descent from Andal heroes and first men kings alike, blended together over centuries of intermarriage. The great houses of the South, the Arryns of the Vale, the Lannisters of the Rock, the Gardeners of the Reach, the Durandons of the Stormlands, all of them carried the blood of both peoples by the time the Age of the Andals was complete. The old gods were not entirely forgotten in the south. There were still weirwoods standing in hidden groves, still families who whispered the old prayers. But the faith of the Seven had won. The south belonged to the Andals, and the north belonged to the first men. The division between north and south, a division that would shape the politics of Westeros for thousands of years, was carved into the continent by the Andal conquest. The north was the great exception, a land that refused to be remade, a land that held on to its ancient identity with a stubbornness that would outlast kingdoms, dynasties, and even the dragons themselves. The Andal Storm had passed. The south was transformed. The north stood unchanged, a reminder that some things cannot be conquered by iron or faith alone. And as the centuries turned, The kingdoms of the south grew strong and proud, their knights and their lords looking outward across the narrow sea, where other peoples were stirring, other exiles were gathering, and the winds of another migration were beginning to blow. The ships that carried the Andals across the narrow sea did not arrive all at once, and they did not arrive in one place. They came in waves, over generations, landing along the eastern coasts of Westeros, wherever a harbour offered shelter and a river promised a path inland. Some came as warbands seeking land, others came as families seeking safety, and when they came ashore, they brought something the first men of the south had never faced in battle. Iron, the bronze that had served the first men for thousands of years, was not useless. It could be cast into strong blades, polished to a fine gleam, and sharpened to a deadly edge. It carried a certain weight and balance that generations of warriors had come to trust. But iron was different. Iron was harder. Iron held a sharper edge for longer. Iron did not bend the way bronze bent, and it did not need to be melted down and recast when it failed in combat. When an iron blade met a bronze blade, the bronze was more likely to chip, to dull, to break. When an iron spearhead struck a bronze shield, the shield was more likely to crack. The advantage was not absolute. Skill, numbers and terrain still mattered, and a brave man with a bronze sword could still kill an iron-armed foe. But it was real, and it was felt across every battlefield where Andal warbands met the hosts of the first men. Many of the southern kings still ruled from halls built in the Age of Bronze. Their crowns, their armour, their ceremonial weapons, all of it spoke to a tradition that reached back to the dawn of human memory in Westeros, to the first men who had crossed the land bridge with their own bronze tools and their own gods. The Andals did not share that reverence. They had no nostalgia for the old ways. They came to claim land, to build new kingdoms, and to plant the faith of the Seven in soil that had only known the old gods. And they came with a clear understanding of how conquest actually worked. The Andals did not try to conquer everything. They did not march into every forest, every mountain valley, every stretch of bog and moor. They understood that a kingdom is not held by its wilderness. It is held by its roads, its rivers, its fields, and its seats of power. So they targeted the coastlines where their ships could land, resupply, and retreat if necessary. They seized the river crossings that controlled movement between regions, the fords, the bridges, the narrow places where armies had to pass. They took the fertile plains where grain grew and wealth accumulated. Because a kingdom without food is a kingdom without soldiers, and they struck at the political centres, the halls, the forts, the ancient seats of first men authority. Once those fell, the surrounding lands often followed without a single additional battle. The lords who held the wilderness found themselves cut off, isolated, and eventually forced to bend the knee or fade into obscurity. The Andals were not trying to conquer every acre of Westeros. They were trying to conquer the parts that mattered. And they understood that the rest would follow. But the conquest was never only a matter of iron and blood. Marriage proved just as powerful as the sword. An Andal warlord who married the daughter of a defeated First Men king could claim that king's authority through her blood, her name, her people's loyalty. A First Men house that married into an Andal line could keep its lands while adopting new customs and new faith. Betrayal opened gates that armies could not breach. A disinherited brother, a jealous cousin, a lord who saw which way the wind was blowing. Any of them could deliver a castle to the invaders in exchange for favour. Conversion opened even more doors. A lord who accepted the faith of the Seven might be spared, elevated, or rewarded with the lands of his more stubborn neighbours. The faith gave the Andals something bronze could not: legitimacy. A king who ruled with the blessing of the Seven was not merely a conqueror, he was a chosen instrument of divine will. Dynasties that had ruled for thousands of years were replaced in a single generation, sometimes by outsiders, sometimes by their own kin, who chose the new faith and the new order. The old gods did not vanish from the south overnight. Their worship retreated into the deep places, the groves, the the standing stones, the forgotten corners where the weirwoods still stood. But the public faith of the South became the faith of the Seven. The Septons wrote the histories, the kings built the septs, and the stories they told were stories of Andal triumph. And here is where the story becomes complicated. Many of the great houses of the South later claimed descent from the Andals, pure, unbroken lines stretching back to the first warriors who crossed the sea. They told of Andal founders who carved out kingdoms with iron and faith, and they presented their own rule as the natural continuation of that legacy. But the truth was far messier. The blood of the first men ran through most of those houses, mixed through centuries of marriage and alliance. An Andal founder might have married a first men heiress to secure his claim. A first men line might have survived through a daughter who married an Andal lord, passing her family's lands into new hands. The claims of pure ancestry were often a political invention, a way of legitimizing a dynasty in a world where the Andals had become the dominant cultural force. The houses that survived were rarely the purest representatives of either people. They were the ones who adapted, who married wisely, who converted when it suited them, and who told the stories that made their rule seem inevitable. The result was a South that looked Andal on the surface, in its faith, its laws, its chivalric traditions, its very language of power. But beneath that surface, the older world remained. The first men did not disappear. They were absorbed, intermarried, and reinvented. The blood of the first men still flowed in the veins of the southern lords, even as they prayed to the Seven and traced their descent to Andal heroes. The conquest was not a clean replacement. It was a merging, sometimes violent, sometimes peaceful, always complicated. North of the Neck, the story was different. The kings of winter held the old gods and the old ways. They did not open their gates to the new faith, and they did not welcome the Andal invaders. The swamps of the Neck, the great fortresses of the north, and the sheer distance of the northern lands turned back wave after wave of Andal armies. The north remained a world apart, a place where bronze gave way to iron. Yes, but where the traditions of the first men survived intact, where the weirwoods still stood in their thousands, and where the old gods still watched over the living. But the Andals were not the last people to cross the narrow sea. Even as the South settled into its new order, another migration was building on the far side of the water. A people who had been broken by war, who would come to Westeros not as conquerors but as refugees, and who would find their own way into the story of the continent. They would carve out a place in the southernmost sands, where the old rules did not quite apply, and where a different kind of identity would take root. I hope you're as amazed by this as I am. If you want to stay updated on more content like this, make sure to subscribe and join our community of curious minds. Trust me, what's coming next will challenge everything you thought you knew. The Andals did not conquer the South with iron alone. They carried something else across the narrow sea, something that would prove more durable than any sword. The faith of the Seven spread through every Andal settlement, bringing septons and holy rites, sacred law, and a new model of social order. Wherever the Andals raised their keeps, they also raised their septs. Wherever they planted their banners, they planted their gods. The Seven are not seven separate gods, but one deity with seven aspects, each representing a face of the divine. The Father sits in judgment, the Mother offers mercy, the warrior grants strength in battle, the maiden embodies purity and innocence, the smith is the patron of craftsmen and labourers, the crone lights the path of wisdom, and the stranger waits at the end of all things, the face of death and the unknown. This imagery was not merely a matter of worship. It reshaped the very structure of southern society. Kingship was transformed first. In the old order of the first men, a king's authority came from his bloodline, his strength, and the oaths of his followers. The Andals introduced a new idea. A king was anointed by the faith, crowned in a ceremony that invoked the father's justice and the mother's mercy. His right to rule was not just inherited, but sanctified. The Septons taught that kings ruled by the will of the gods, and that Rebellion against a rightful king was a sin as much as a crime. This gave the new Andal dynasties a powerful tool. They could claim that their conquests were not merely acts of war, but acts of divine purpose. The old kings of the first men, by contrast, had no such blessing. They were simply rulers, and their legitimacy could be questioned by any man with a stronger sword arm. Knighthood, too, was reborn in the light of the Seven. The knight was not just a mounted warrior. He was a sworn brother of a sacred order, bound by vows taken before a septon. He swore to protect the weak, to fight for the faith, to honour his word and his liege lord. The warrior's blessing was invoked over his sword, and the crone's wisdom was sought in his counsel. The institution of knighthood gave the Andals a social structure that the first men lacked. It created a class of warriors who were bound by honour and faith, not just by loyalty to a lord. It also gave the faith a direct hand in the lives of the warrior class, because a knight who broke his vows could be stripped of his title by the very church that had blessed him. Marriage was remade as well. Among the first men, marriage was a contract between families, sealed by gifts and oaths. The Andals made it a sacrament. A marriage was blessed by the mother, witnessed by the faith, and recorded in the Sept books. It could not be easily undone. The faith's laws governed who could marry, how the union was solemnized, and what happened to children born of the marriage. This gave the septons enormous power over the noble houses. A lord who wished to set aside his wife, or marry a close cousin, or pass his lands to a daughter instead of a bastard son, had to answer to the faith. The church became the guardian of inheritance, and that meant the church had a say in who ruled. Burial was transformed as well. The first men laid their dead in barrows and cairns, often with grave goods to accompany them into the next world. The Andals gave their dead to the stranger. A septon would speak the rites, anoint the body, and pray for the soul's passage. The promise of an afterlife, of a judgment before the Father, gave the faith a hold over the living that no old god had ever claimed. The fear of the stranger's judgment could shape a man's actions in ways that the whispers of the trees never could. The faith of the Seven was not a loose collection of wandering preachers. It was an institution with its own hierarchy, its own courts and its own laws. At its head stood the High Septon, the earthly voice of the gods, crowned in the great sept of the Starry Sept in Old Town. Beneath him were the septons and scepters, the holy men and women who served in every town and village. They administered the rites of birth, marriage, and death. They settled disputes over oaths and inheritances. They kept the sacred texts and the records of the faithful. This gave the faith a reach that no old god could match. The old gods spoke through the trees, but they had no priests, no books, no courts. The Seven spoke through a vast and organized church that could reach into the life of every man and woman in the south. The old gods did not vanish overnight. They survived wherever weirwoods and first men communities remained strong, especially in the north and parts of the Riverlands. The Andals cut down many of the sacred trees and burned the faces carved into them, but they could not reach every forest or conquer every valley. The weirwoods were not just trees to the first men. They were the faces of the gods themselves, and as long as a single carved tree stood, the old gods had a voice in the land. The north in particular held fast to the old ways. The kings of winter and their bannermen kept their oaths before heart trees, and the weirwoods still stood in their godswoods, watching with carved eyes. In the Riverlands, some houses of first men descent also clung to the old gods, even as their neighbours converted. The faith of the Seven was dominant in the south, but it was not absolute. It shared the land with older traditions, and that tension would shape the politics of the continent for centuries. Religion, in the hands of the Andals, became a political weapon. Conversion could unify a realm under a single faith and a single moral order. A king who brought his people to the Seven could claim that his rule was blessed by the gods themselves. Conquest could be justified as a holy mission, a duty to bring the true faith to those who still worship trees and streams, and a rival who refused to convert could be marked as backward, a savage clinging to ancient superstitions. This was a powerful tool. It allowed the Andals to see their enemies not merely as opponents, but as unbelievers. It gave their wars a higher purpose and their victories a divine stamp of approval. But it also created a deep divide. The North, with its old gods and its stubborn independence, became a place apart. The faith of the Seven ruled the South, but the North remained a kingdom of the old gods, and that difference would never fully heal. As the centuries passed, the faith of the Seven became the bedrock of Southern society. The Septons kept the records, the holy days, the laws of marriage and inheritance. They were the keepers of learning in a world where few could read. They were the counselors of kings and the confessors of knights. The nobility built their legitimacy upon the blessings of the faith, and the small folk looked to the Seps for comfort and guidance. The Andals had come as conquerors, but they stayed as settlers, and their gods came with them. The old gods still breathed in the north, in the deep forests and the quiet godswoods, but the south had been remade in the image of the Seven. The continent was no longer a land of bronze and ancient pacts. It was a land of iron and faith, of knights and septons, of kings who ruled by the grace of gods they could not see but could not deny. That was the world the Andals built, but Westeros was vast, and the faith of the Seven was not the only faith to cross the narrow sea. The same waters that carried the Andals would carry others in time, and each new people would leave their own mark on the land. Other gods, other customs, other laws would find their place in this changing world. The faith of the Seven spread through the Riverlands, the Vale, the Reach, and the Stormlands, reshaping laws, marriages, burials, and the very idea of kingship. But there was a line the Andals could not cross. It was not the wall. The wall stood far to the north, a monument to an older enemy. The line that stopped the Andals was drawn much farther south, in swamps and forests, and the stubborn will of a people who refused to change. The north was not like the south. That is the simplest way to say it, and it is also the truest. The Andals had conquered kingdoms by landing on coasts, seizing river crossings, and taking the fertile plains where the first men had grown strong. But the north offered none of those easy victories. To reach it, an army had to pass through the neck, a vast waterlogged isthmus of bogs, quicksand, twisting waterways where the ground itself seemed to swallow invaders. The Cranogmen made their homes there, small folk who moved through the marshes in skin boats and harried any army foolish enough to enter. The ancient fortress of Moat Cailin guarded the only firm road through that morass, its crumbling towers still commanding the causeway from the south. And beyond the neck, there was no gentle countryside waiting. There were dense pine forests, granite hills, rivers that froze solid in winter, and a cold that the southerners had no name for. The Andals did try. They came up the eastern coast, landing along the shores of the narrow sea, burning villages and raising their banners. They pushed against the northern rivers and tried to carve out kingdoms along the stony shore, but the north was vast, and its kings were old, and its people were not easily broken. The kings of winter, the Starks of Winterfell, had ruled these lands since the Age of Heroes. They claimed descent from Bran the Builder, the man who raised the wall itself. That lineage gave them an authority that the southern kings could not match, because it was rooted in the deepest memory of the continent. When the Andals came, the Stark kings called their banners, and the northern lords answered. The Umbers from the Last Hearth, the Boltons from the Dreadfort, the Karstarks from Carhold, the Mormonts from Bear Island. They were first men, and they meant to stay. One king in particular is remembered for this. Theon Stark, called the Hungry Wolf, met the Andals on the eastern shore and broke them. He did not stop there. He carried the war across the narrow sea, raiding the Andal homeland itself, so that the invaders would understand that the north was not a prize to be taken, but a foe to be feared. The Andals learned the lesson. They kept their conquests to the south, where the land was softer and the kings were divided. But the resistance was not simply military, it was cultural. The North did not merely defeat the Andals on the battlefield. It refused to become like them. The Andals brought the faith of the Seven, with its septons and its holy books and its seven-faced god. The North kept the old gods. The weirwoods still stood in their groves, white bark and red leaves, faces carved into the trunks by hands that had been still for thousands of years. The first men of the North still prayed before those trees, still believed that the old gods saw everything, still kept the customs their ancestors had brought across the land bridge in the dawn of days. The Andals burned weirwoods in the south. In the north, the trees were sacred, and no invader could cut one down without answering for it. The north preserved a separate memory of what Westeros was before the Andals. In the south, the first men had been conquered, absorbed, intermarried, and transformed. Their old gods faded into the background, replaced by the Seven. Their customs gave way to Andal law, knighthood, Andal burial rites. But in the north, none of that happened. The old gods remained. The old ways remained. The first men remained. The north was not a conquered land. It was a land that had said no and kept saying no for generations. Knighthood itself never took root in the north. A knight was an Andal creation, tied to the faith of the Seven, to vows sworn before septons, to anointings with holy oils. The north had no use for it. Northern lords led their own men into battle, and they did not need the blessing of a god they did not worship. Even the chivalric vocabulary of the south, the language of honour and courtly love, felt foreign beyond the neck. The north spoke more plainly, and it lived by a plainer code. The dead were treated differently too. In the south, the Andals brought new rites, new prayers, new ways of honouring the departed. But in the north, the first men buried their own. The crypts of Winterfell ran deep beneath the ancient castle. Rows upon rows of stone kings sitting on their thrones, iron swords laid across their laps to keep the spirits of the dead from walking. It was a tradition older than the Andals, older than the Seven, older than the very idea of knighthood, and it was still observed, generation after generation, while the south forgot its own older ways. Some Andals did settle in the north. It could not be helped. They came as traders, as exiles, as the occasional lord who swore fealty to a northern king. But they did not change the north. The north changed them. They took the old gods as their own, or at least learned to live with them. They married into first men families. They adopted the customs of the land. The north absorbed the Andals who came to it, the way it absorbed every storm, every winter, every invader. It did not bend. The divide between north and south was born long before the Targaryens arrived. It was born in this age, in the centuries of the Andal invasion, when the south changed and the north did not. The Andals remade the lands below the neck in their own image. They built new kingdoms, new dynasties, new faith. The north remained what it had always been, a land of the first men, bound to the old gods, shaped by the long winter and the long memory of the long night. When the Targaryens finally came, they would find a continent already split into two different worlds. And while the north hardened into a land apart, the south kept transforming. The faith of the Seven continued to spread. New kingdoms rose and fell, and the last great migration into Westeros was still to come, from a river far to the east, carrying a people who would find their own way to resist, not by refusing to change, but by changing in their own direction. The north had held. That was the lesson the Andals carried with them, as they turned away from the frozen marches and the weirwood groves, away from the kings who still wore bronze and called upon the old gods. The north was too vast, too cold, too stubborn to be taken by iron alone. But the Andals did not need the north. They needed a door into the south, a place where they could land, build, and spread their influence without being crushed by the weight of the continent. They found that door in the Vale. The Vale of Arryn sits on the eastern coast of Westeros, ringed by the Mountains of the Moon on nearly every side. To the west, those peaks rise sharp and unforgiving, separating the Vale from the Riverlands beyond. To the north and south, the mountains continue their wall, broken only by narrow passes and treacherous high roads. To the east the sea opens wide, and it was from that sea that the Andals came. The geography alone made the Vale one of the most defensible regions in all of Westeros, and it became one of the Andals' most important footholds, protected by mountains and positioned near the eastern coast. The first Andal ships arrived along the Fingers, those long rocky peninsulas that jut into the sea like grasping hands. They came in small numbers at first, then in greater waves, landing on the shores and pushing inland through the foothills. The first men who ruled the Vale were not weak. Their kings were bronze-clad warriors, and the most powerful among them were the Royces of Roanstone, who traced their lines back to the Age of Heroes. But the Andals brought iron, and they brought the faith of the Seven, and they brought a discipline that the fragmented First Men kingdoms could not easily match. For generations, the fighting continued. The first men of the Vale were pushed back slowly, valley by valley, ridge by ridge. Some Andal warlords married into First Men families, taking their lands and their bloodlines by treaty rather than by the sword. Others burned the weirwoods and raised septs in their place. The old gods receded into the high passes and the hidden groves, and the Seven took root in the lowlands. Those first men who refused to bend were driven deeper into the mountains, where their descendants would survive for millennia as the mountain clans, fierce and untamed, nursing their hatred of the Falcon kings who had stolen their valleys. The Vale itself was worth the bloodshed. Beyond the mountains, the valley floor was rich and green, fed by countless streams that ran down from the high peaks. It was a land of orchards and grain, of stone keeps and market towns, and it could support a dense population of knights and lords, in a way that the rocky coasts of the Fingers never could. The Andals who won those lands did not simply raid and leave. They settled, they built, they married and raised children who would inherit the valleys their fathers had taken by the sword. The turning point came with a man remembered as Ser Artis Arryn, the Winged Knight. Whether he truly wore wings, as the legends claim, or whether that image is only a symbol of his speed and his command of the high places, the stories agree that he united the Andal warbands under a single banner. The first men, led by King Robar II Royce, gathered their full strength to meet him. They met in the foothills of the Mountains of the Moon, in a battle that would be remembered for thousands of years as the Battle of the Seven Stars. It was a complete victory for the Andals. Robar Royce was slain, and with him fell the last great hope of the first men in the Vale. The surviving First Men lords either bent the knee, fled into the mountains, or were absorbed into the new Andal order. The Royces themselves survived, bending the knee and eventually intermarrying with their conquerors. But the old order was gone. The Vale belonged to the Andals. Out of that victory, the ruling traditions associated with House Arryn were born. Artis Arryn became the first king of Mountain and Vale, and his descendants would hold that title for thousands of years. The Falcon became their sigil, the sky their domain, and the high places their seat of power. Later generations would carve the Eyrie into the peak of the Giant's Lance, a fortress so high that it seemed to touch the clouds, accessible only by a narrow and treacherous path. But even before the Eyrie was built, the Arryns understood that their strength lay in the mountains. They controlled the passes. They controlled who entered and who left. And they controlled the stories that their people told about themselves. That isolation created a culture unlike any other in Westeros. The Vale was cut off from the rest of the continent by the Mountains of the Moon, and its lords grew proud of that separation. They developed an aristocratic culture obsessed with lineage, honor, and controlled access. Bloodlines mattered above almost everything else, because the Vale's noble families married among themselves, and with a select few outsiders, preserving what they saw as the purity of their Andal heritage. Honor was the measure of a man, and a knight of the Vale was expected to be chivalrous, courteous, and utterly unyielding in his word. And access to the Vale itself was a privilege, not a right. The Bloody Gate, the fortress that guarded the main pass through the mountains, was considered one of the most impregnable positions in all of Westeros, and it was said that a small garrison could hold it against an army many times its size. The Vale, in this way, demonstrated the Andal strategy in its purest form. Conquer a defensible centre, then project power outward through marriage and war. The Aryans did not need to rule the whole continent, they needed to rule a fortress. And from that fortress they could extend their influence through alliances, through marriages, and through the reputation of their knights. The Vale's knights were among the most renowned in the south, and their services were sought by kings and lords far beyond the mountains. The Aryans married into the great houses of the Riverlands and the Reach, and their blood spread through the noble lines of half of Westeros. The Vale became the model for what the Andals could achieve. It was the proof that their invasion was not merely a series of raids, but a transformation. In the Vale, the first men were displaced or absorbed. The old gods gave way to the Seven, and a new ruling order was established that would endure for millennia. The mountains that had once protected the first men now protected their conquerors, and the Vale became a launching point for the further spread of Andal power across the south. From the high passes of the Mountains of the Moon, the Andals looked westward, toward the rivers and the green fields beyond, where the first men still ruled and the old gods still held sway. The iron swords and the seven-pointed star would follow the mountain roads down into the lowlands, and the transformation of the south would continue. From the Vale, the Andals looked west. The mountains that had sheltered their new kingdom rose like a wall, but beyond that wall lay a country that seemed made for conquest. Wide rivers, green plains, and a wealth of farmland stretching all the way to the sea. This was the Riverlands, and in many ways it was the most desirable kingdom in all of Westeros. It was also the most defenseless. The Riverlands take their name from the Trident, the great river system that splits into three forks and drains most of the eastern heartland of the continent. The Blue Fork runs through rich pasture land. The Red Fork flows past ancient seats and fertile fields. The Green Fork winds through the centre of the region before all three join together and empty into the narrow sea. Between these rivers lies some of the best soil on the continent, land that can support dense villages, thriving markets, and powerful lords. But the same rivers that give the region its name also serve as highways for anyone who wishes to invade. The crossings of the Trident are natural choke points, and every army that has ever marched across Westeros has had to pass through them. This is the central fact of Riverland history. The region sits at the heart of every major invasion route on the continent. Armies moving south from the north must cross the Trident. Armies moving west from the Vale must descend into the Riverlands. Armies moving east from the Westerlands or north from the Reach must pass through its plains. There is no way around it. The Riverlands are the crossroads of Westeros, and crossroads are always contested. Because the region has no strong natural borders, it becomes wealthy enough to fight over, but vulnerable enough to be repeatedly conquered. The mountains that guard the Vale do not exist here. The swamps and forests that protect the north are absent. The Riverlands are open, gentle, and inviting, which is precisely what makes them so dangerous. Wealth attracts conquerors, and the lack of barriers means conquerors can always reach it. The first great struggles for the Riverlands took place long before the Andals arrived. In the age of the first men, the region was divided among a shifting patchwork of petty kings. The houses that ruled there were ancient even by first men standards. The Mudds, the Fishers, the Brackens, the Blackwoods. These families fought among themselves for control of the Trident and its crossings. And from time to time, one of them would rise high enough to claim the title King of the Trident. But the kingdom was rarely unified for long. The Riverlands were too open, too divided, too exposed to outside pressure. Even in the age of the first men, the region changed hands repeatedly as rival dynasties rose and fell. When the Andals crossed the sea, The Riverlands became one of their first and most contested targets. Some Andal warbands came from the east, landing along the coast and pushing inland along the rivers. Others came from the Vale, crossing the mountains of the moon through passes that the first men had never been able to hold. The Andals found the Riverlands ripe for conquest. The first men kings of the Trident were numerous, quarrelsome, and unable to unite against a common enemy. One by one they fell before iron swords and the new faith of the Seven. But the Andal conquest of the Riverlands was not a single event. It was a long, messy process of invasion, settlement, betrayal, and intermarriage. Some first men houses were destroyed completely. Others bent the knee and survived. Still others married into the families of their conquerors. So that within a few generations the bloodlines of the Riverlands became a tangle of first men and Andal ancestry. The old gods still had worshippers in the Riverlands, especially among houses like the Blackwoods, who clung to their weirwoods and their ancient traditions. But the faith of the Seven spread rapidly through the towns and castles of the Trident, and the Riverlands, a place where two worlds were forced to share the same soil. If the Andals were the first great conquerors of the Riverlands, they were not the last. Centuries later, a new threat emerged from the west. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands had always raided the coasts of Westeros, but under the House of Hoare they became something more than raiders. Arwen Hardhand, a king of the Ironborn, crossed the sea with his longships and seized the Riverlands from the Storm Kings who had come to rule them. The Ironborn were not interested in the settled traditions of the mainland. They were warriors of the sea, and they treated the Riverlands as a conquered prize. Later, Harren the Black would raise the greatest fortress the Riverlands had ever seen, a monstrous castle of black stone called Harrenhal, built by the labour of thousands and soaked in the blood of those who died building it. By the time the Targaryens arrived, the Riverlands had been ruled by first men kings, Andal lords, and Ironborn conquerors, each layer of conquest leaving its mark on the land and its people. This is why the Riverlands developed such a complicated mix of bloodlines, customs, and political loyalties. The old gods stand beside the new. First men names survive alongside Andal houses. Ironborn customs linger in the towns along the rivers, even as the people who practice them claim to be something else entirely. The Riverlands are not a single culture but a palimpsest, written over again and again by every people who has ever marched through them. And that is the pattern that defines this kingdom of all others. The Riverlands repeatedly change hands because their fertile territory lies at the centre of every major invasion route. First men kings, Andal lords, and later Ironborn conquerors compete for the Trident and its crossings, and each new conqueror adds another layer to the region's tangled history. The Riverlands are wealthy enough to be worth taking, open enough to be taken, and central enough that no one can afford to ignore them. They are the battlefield of Westeros, and their story is the story of every army that has ever crossed the continent. It is no wonder then that the Ironborn felt so at home in these waters. Their longships had always been drawn to the rivers of the mainland, and the Trident offered them a path deep into the heart of the continent. The sea was their true kingdom, and the coasts and rivers of Westeros were their hunting ground. To understand the Ironborn is to understand a people shaped by salt and stone, by the iron price and the endless hunger of the sea, a people whose longships could appear at any shore, and whose kings measured their power in plunder and conquest. And it was from those bleak, wave-beaten islands that the last great conquerors of the Riverlands had come. The Riverlands were a battle through them. Armies crossed them, raiders plundered them, and kings fought over them for thousands of years. But south of the Trident, past the headwaters and the hills that guarded the approaches, lay a different kind of kingdom. The Reach was not a crossroads, it was a destination. And for thousands of years, that single fact shaped everything about the people who lived there. The Reach grows from fertile fields, dense populations, and competing first men and Andal traditions. It is the largest expanse of arable land on the continent, a vast basin of dark soil watered by the Manda and its many tributaries. The climate is mild, the growing season long, and the harvests so reliable that the Reach has been called the breadbasket of Westeros, since before the oldest maester put quill to parchment. Where the Riverlands were defined by movement, the Reach was defined by abundance. That abundance drew people, and those people, generation after generation, built something that no other southern kingdom could match. Towns grew into cities, farmsteads grew into castles, and the lords who ruled those castles grew rich beyond the dreams of their northern counterparts. The story of the Reach begins, as so many stories in the south do, with a figure who stands at the border between history and myth. His name was Garth, and later ages would call him Garth the Green or Garth Greenhand. According to the oldest traditions of the Reach, he was the first of the first men to carve out a kingdom in that fertile land. It was said that he wore a crown of vines and leaves, and that the land itself responded to his touch. Where he walked, fields sprang up behind him. Where he planted his staff, trees took root. He was not merely a king, the stories said. He was the land made flesh. Now, whether Garth Greenhand was a single man or a symbol of many early chieftains is impossible to say. The Mesters themselves disagree. Some argue that he was a real king who lived in the Age of Heroes. Others suggest that his legend is a memory of the first farmers who learned to tame the rivers and plant the fields. What matters for the history of the Reach is not whether Garth truly lived. What matters is that his legend became the foundation upon which entire dynasties built their claims to power. The kings of House Gardner, who ruled the Reach from Highgarden for thousands of years, claimed direct descent from Garth Greenhand himself, and they were not alone. Dozens of noble houses across the Reach traced their bloodlines back to Garth's many children, each of whom was said to have founded a line of lords or kings. The Gardner kings were simply the branch that won. When the Andals came across the narrow sea, they found a land that was already old, already wealthy, and already deeply rooted in the traditions of the first men. The Reach did not fall easily. The Andals fought their way up the rivers and across the plains, and for a time it seemed that the old order would be swept away, as it had been in so many other kingdoms. But the Gardeners did something remarkable. Instead of fighting the Andals until the bitter end, they absorbed them. The kings of Highgarden adopted the faith of the Seven. They took Andal knights into their service. They married their children to Andal lords and allowed the new faith to build its septs and its holy places across their lands. And in doing so, they kept their throne. This is the deeper truth of the Reach. Legends of Garth Greenhand merge with later dynasties, allowing powerful houses to claim both ancient native roots and Andal legitimacy. The Gardeners could stand before their first men, subjects as heirs of the Green Hand, the oldest blood in the south, and they could stand before their Andal lords as pious kings of the Seven, patrons of the faith, upholders of chivalry. It was a delicate balance, and they maintained it for centuries. The old gods faded slowly in the Reach, but the old bloodlines never truly disappeared. They simply learned to speak a new language of power. Nowheres was this blending more visible than in Old Town. The oldest city in Westeros, Old Town, was built by the first men, long before the Andals ever crossed the sea. It grew up around the great beacon tower of the High Towers, a family whose own ancestry stretched back to the dawn of the Age of Heroes. When the Andals arrived, Old Town did not fall, it negotiated. The High Towers, like the Gardeners, welcomed the newcomers, and in time Old Town became the great centre of the faith of the Seven in all of Westeros. The starry sept rose within its walls, and the citadel grew into the order of maesters that would one day serve every lord from the Wall to the Summer Sea. The Reach's wealth supported all of it. Armies marched from Highgarden, castles rose across the plains, septons trained in Old Town and carried the faith to every corner of the south, and the gold that paid for it all came from the fields, the orchards, the vineyards, and the markets of the Reach. That wealth made the Reach a power that no other southern kingdom could ignore. The region's wealth supports armies, castles, religious institutions, and an enduring rivalry over who should rule the south. The Gardeners were not content simply to hold their own lands. They looked east toward the Stormlands, where the Durrandon kings held the marches, and they looked west toward the mountains of the Westerlands, where the Lannisters sat upon their gold. Wars flared along both borders for centuries. The Dornish marches, in particular, became a battleground where Reach Lords and Stormland Lords fought generation after generation over the same hills and castles. The Reach produced the largest armies on the continent, and its lords were proud, wealthy, and eager to prove their strength. But the Stormlands were equally proud, and the Westerlands were equally wealthy. The South was never peaceful. It was simply too rich to be left alone. By the time the Targaryens came, the Reach was one of the strongest realms Aegon would face. The Gardeners could field armies that dwarfed those of any other kingdom. Their vassals included some of the most powerful lords in Westeros, the Hightowers of Oldtown, the Redwynes of the Arbor, the Tarlis of Hornhill, the Florents of Brightwater Keep. The Reach was not merely a kingdom. It was a world unto itself, with its own rivalries, its own saints, its own wines, its own songs, and its kings believed, with every right, that they were the true masters of the South. But the Reach was not alone in that belief. To the east, beyond the marches, the Storm Kings of House Durrandon had their own claims, and their own ancient bloodlines, and their own long memory of wars, fought and won against the Gardeners. The marches between them were littered with the ruins of castles that had changed hands a dozen times. And to the west beyond the mountains, the Kings of the Rock watched the Reach's wealth with envy and suspicion. The south was a web of competing ambitions, and the Reach sat at its centre, rich and powerful, and never quite secure. That was the world Aegon would find when he finally turned his attention to the mainland, a world of ancient houses, deep rivalries, and a balance of power that had been shifting for thousands of years. From the Reach, the land changes character as it climbs westward. The broad fields and orchards that made the south so fertile give way to rolling hills, then rocky highlands, and finally the jagged peaks that look down upon the sunset sea. This is the Westerlands, a realm carved from stone and gold, and its story is built around a single great fortress and the family that has held it since before memory. Casterly Rock is not a castle in the ordinary sense. It is a mountain, a massive promontory of stone that juts out over the sea, hollowed out over thousands of years into halls, chambers, stairways, and vaults. The first men who settled this coast found the rock already waiting, a natural fortress so immense that no army could besiege it. The house that first carved its halls into that stone took its name from the rock itself. They were the Casterlis, and for centuries, they were the masters of the western coast, their wealth drawn from the mines that ran deep beneath the hills. But the Casterlis are remembered today only as the people who lost everything to a trickster. The legends say that a clever man named Lan appeared at Casterly Rock and, through a combination of wit, guile, and sheer audacity, managed to drive the Casterlis out of their own stronghold. The stories differ on exactly how he did it. Some say he used riddles and wordplay to outwit the Casterly lords in their own hall. Others claim he crept through the rock's secret passages, playing tricks that made the family believe the castle was haunted. Whatever the truth, the outcome is always the same. Lan took the rock, and his descendants became the Lannisters. Now, the historical reality is almost certainly less colourful than the legend. The Lannisters, like many great houses, likely intermarried with the Casterlis over generations, and the family that came to rule the rock was a blend of old and new blood. But the legend of Lan the Clever is not merely a story told to entertain children. It is a political claim. By tracing their descent to a man who won a kingdom through cunning, rather than conquest, the Lannisters turned their rule into a matter of inherited wit. Every Lannister who ruled from the rock could claim that the same cleverness that had tricked the Casterlis out of their fortress flowed in their veins. The story made their dominance look natural, even inevitable, and the rock itself made that dominance nearly impossible to challenge. In the west, mineral wealth and defensible terrain allow Lannister power to survive conquest and dynastic change. When the Andals crossed the sea and swept through the south, they found the Westerlands a hard place to take by force. The mountains funneled armies into narrow passes. The rock itself could hold out against any siege for years, and the gold from the western mines gave the Lords of the Rock the means to hire swords, buy allies, and outlast their enemies. The Andals who did come to the Westerlands found it easier to marry into the ruling family than to fight them, and so the Lannisters, like the gardeners in the Reach, absorbed the newcomers into their own line, taking Andal names and customs, or keeping their hold on the rock unbroken. The legends of Lan the Clever turn political dominance into a story of inherited cunning. The Lannisters did not need to claim that their ancestors were gods or heroes in the way of other houses. They claimed something more useful. They claimed that their founder was the smartest man who ever lived, and that his intelligence was passed down to every generation that followed. When a Lannister made a shrewd bargain or outmaneuvered a rival, it was not seen as luck or opportunism. It was simply the blood of Lan the Clever asserting itself. The story and the power reinforced each other for generations. Across the continent, on the eastern coast, another kingdom built its identity on a very different kind of legend. The Stormlands are a harsh and unforgiving realm. The sea there is violent, the winds are fierce, and the coast is battered by storms that can sink entire fleets. It is a land at war with the sky itself, and its people take a certain pride in that hostility. The first Storm King, according to legend, was a man named Durin. He fell in love with a woman named Elenai, who was said to be the daughter of the sea god and the goddess of the wind. Their union angered the gods, who sent terrible storms to destroy Durin's castle and take Elenai from him, but Durin refused to yield. He rebuilt his castle, and the gods sent another storm to tear it down. He rebuilt again, and again the storm came. Each time his walls rose stronger and more defiant, and on the seventh attempt, his castle stood against the fury of the gods and did not fall. That castle was Storm's End, and Doran was called God's Grief from that day onward, for he had grieved the gods and survived. The Stormlands preserve the legacy of Durin God's Grief, whose rebellion against the gods becomes a foundation myth for generations of Storm Kings. Every lord who ruled from Storm's End after him claimed a share of that defiance. The Durandan kings, who took their name from Duran himself, presented themselves as a people who had stared down the heavens and refused to blink. In a land where the weather itself was an enemy, that story gave the Storm Kings a kind of unbreakable identity. They were not merely rulers. They were the descendants of a man who had defied the gods and won. That myth served them well in more earthly struggles as well. The Stormlands were surrounded by rivals. To the north lay the Riverlands, which the Storm Kings often tried to control. To the west lay the Reach, and their border was a constant battleground. To the south lay Dorne, and the Dornish marches were marked by centuries of raids, skirmishes, and full-scale wars. Through all of it, the Durandans held Storm's End, and the legend of Duran God's Grief reminded their people that endurance was in their blood. The storms that battered their coast were not a curse, they were a test, and their ancestors had passed it. These realms show how ancient stories become instruments of statecraft, not merely entertainment. In the Westerlands, the tale of Lan the Clever made the Lannisters look like the natural heirs to power, a family whose wit was a birthright. In the Stormlands, the tale of Duran God's Grief made the Durandans look like the unbreakable guardians of a realm that had been forged in defiance of the gods themselves. Neither story needs to be literally true to be effective. What matters is that the people believed it, and that belief shaped how they understood their rulers and their own place in the world. By the time the Targaryens arrived, these two kingdoms had been shaped by their legends for thousands of years. The Lannisters still ruled from the rock, wealthy and secure behind their mountains. The Durandons still ruled from Storm's End, defiant and proud. Their kingdom battered by storms and enemies but never broken, and the stories of their founders had become so deeply woven into their identity that it was impossible to tell where the myth ended and the history began. To the south of the Stormlands, beyond the marches and the mountains, lay a realm that would be shaped by a very different kind of arrival. The Dornish coast, hot and dry, had its own ancient kings and its own legends, but it was a land that had been waiting for something to change it forever. From the golden hills of the west, where the Lannisters carved their kingdom from stone and gold, the eye turns naturally to the sea. Beyond the shores of the Westerlands, across a grey and restless channel, lies a chain of bare, windswept islands that have always belonged to a different world entirely, where the lords of Casterly Rock dug their wealth from the earth and built their power on coin and cunning. The people of the Iron Islands looked to the waves and took what they wanted by strength alone. They paid the iron price. The Iron Islands are not a generous land. The soil is thin and stony, the summers short, the winters harsh. The 7 great isles and their smaller neighbours offer little in the way of comfort. And so the men who live there learned long ago to take from the sea what the land refused to give. They became fishermen, whalers, and above all, raiders. Their long ships were swift and shallow of draught, able to cross open water and then slip up rivers and into shallow coves where larger vessels could not follow. This is the foundation of everything the Ironborn would become, and at the heart of their identity stands the drowned god, a deity with no temples but the sea itself. The Ironborn believed that the drowned god made them to reave and to raid, to carve out their own kingdoms with blade and torch. His priests are called drowned men, and they earn their title by being drowned in seawater and then revived, so that they might carry the god's will back to the living. It is said that those who die in battle at sea are taken to the drowned god's watery halls, where they feast and fight forever. The eternal enemy of the drowned god is the storm god, who sends tempests to wreck Ironborn ships and scatter their bones across the deep. Every storm is a battle between the two, and the Ironborn see their own raiding as part of that endless war. This faith and the way of life built around it is what sets the Ironborn apart from every other people in Westeros. The Andals came with the faith of the Seven, with knights and septons, and the chivalric codes of the south. The first men of the north kept the old gods and the weirwoods. The Ironborn accepted neither. They did not kneel to the Seven, and they did not carve faces into trees. They kept their own god and their own laws, and they regarded the soft customs of the mainland with contempt. In all of Westeros, they are a third cultural force, as distinct from the chivalry of the Reach as from the ancient ways of the North. Their law is the old way, and the old way is simple: pay the iron price. A man should take what he wants by strength, not buy it with gold. To pay the gold price is to admit weakness. To pay the iron price is to prove yourself worthy of what you carry away. This is why the Ironborn have never been content to sit quietly on their islands. Their kings and captains have always looked to the coasts of the mainland, where richer lands and softer peoples wait for the taking. The legends of the Ironborn reach back to the Age of Heroes, to the Grey King, who is said to have slain Naga, the great sea dragon, and built his hall from her bones. The Grey King took a mermaid for his wife and ruled for 1,000 years, and from him the Ironborn trace their ancient lines. Whether or not the Grey King truly lived, his story captures the Ironborn spirit. A people who measure their worth not by what they inherit, but by what they conquer. For thousands of years, the Ironborn raided the coasts of the Reach and the Westerlands. They exacted tribute from the Arbor, burned villages along the shores of the Sunset Sea, and carried off captives to serve as salt wives and thralls. The great houses of the mainland built watchtowers and raised fleets to guard against them. But the Ironborn were never fully contained. Their longships could strike anywhere, and they did. The greatest proof of their power came in the Riverlands. The rivers of the Trident flow down to the sea, and the Ironborn learned to sail up them, carrying their raiders deep into the heart of the continent. The Riverlands, fertile and flat and endlessly contested, were a prize that Ironborn kings seized again and again. They did not need to cross mountains or force their way through heavily defended passes. They simply came by water, and the inland lords, who had built their power on horses and armies of footmen, found themselves helpless against a foe who appeared from the rivers. The most successful of these conquerors was Harwin Hardhand of House Hoare, who led the Ironborn to the conquest of the Riverlands in the centuries before Aegon's landing. Harwin was not the first Ironborn king to rule the Trident, but his conquest was the most complete. He defeated the Storm King, who held the Riverlands at the time, and the Ironborn took the region as their own. For generations, the Hoare kings ruled from the Iron Islands over a domain that stretched deep into the mainland, proving that naval power could overturn inland dynasties. The horsemen and knights of the Riverlands were no match for a people who came from the sea. The last and most infamous of the Hoare kings was Harren the Black, a man of enormous pride and cruelty. Harren set out to build the greatest castle the world had ever seen, a fortress of towering black stone on the shores of the God's Eye. He called it Harrenhal, and he forced the lords of the Riverlands to labour on it for 40 years. Thousands died in its construction, and the castle rose as a monument to Ironborn dominance. But Harren's pride was his undoing. When Aegon the Conqueror came to Westeros, Harren defied him from behind his walls, certain that no army could breach them. Aegon did not need an army. He had dragons, and the flames of Balerion melted the towers of Harrenhal and consumed Harren and his sons within them. In a single night, the Ironborn Empire in the Riverlands came to an end, and the Iron Islands were reduced to what they had been before, a hard people on a hard land, still looking to the sea. But the lesson of the Ironborn is not easily forgotten. They remind Westeros that conquest does not always arrive on horseback. Sometimes it comes from the sea. The great inland kingdoms, with their cavalry and their castles, were repeatedly overturned by longships sailing up their rivers. The Ironborn were never the most numerous people, nor the richest, nor the most civilized. They were simply the most relentless, and their culture, built on raiding, reaving, and the worship of the drowned god, endured through every invasion and every empire that rose against them. And far to the south, along the shores of the Summer Sea, another people were being shaped by water and exile, and their arrival would one day transform the southernmost kingdom of Westeros in ways that even the Ironborn could not match. The sea has always been a highway for the ambitious and the desperate alike. The Ironborn used it to carry their longships toward plunder, proving that naval power could reach deep into the heart of the Riverlands and overturn dynasties that seemed secure on land. But the same waters that brought raiders to the western coasts would one day carry a very different kind of people to the southern shores of Westeros. Not conquerors seeking glory, but refugees seeking survival. And among them was a woman whose name would become inseparable from the land she chose to call home. The Rhoynar were an old people, older than most of the nations of Essos, and they built their civilization along the banks of the great river Rhoyne. It was a mighty waterway, wide and slow and ancient, winding through the eastern continent for thousands of miles, and the Rhoynar shaped their entire existence around it. They built cities of white stone along its banks, cities like Nymeria, Croyan and Sarhoy, and they called the river Mother Rhoyne because it gave them everything they had. Their priests were water wizards who could bend the currents to their will, raise mists to hide their fleets, and draw the river itself up against their enemies. Their society valued justice and mercy, and they were known throughout Essos as traders, builders, and singers rather than conquerors. They wanted only to live beside their river in peace. But peace was not to last. The Valyrian freehold, with its dragons and its legions, was spreading across Essos, and the lands of the Rhoyne were too rich to ignore. The Rhoynar had no dragons, but they had their water magic and their fierce love of home, and they fought with everything they had. A prince named Garin raised a host so vast that the Valyrians retreated before it. He drove them back, city after city, and for a time it seemed that the Rhoynar might actually win. But the Dragonlords of Valyria were not so easily defeated. They gathered their full strength and answered Garin's victories with fire. The dragons came in numbers never seen before, and the river cities burned one by one. Croyan fell, Nymeria fell, and Garin himself was captured. The Valyrians punished him with a cruelty that would be remembered for thousands of years. And the Rhoynar were broken beyond recovery. Their civilization was gone, their cities were ash, and those who survived had only one choice left. They had to flee. And so it was that Princess Nymeria gathered her people and led them away from the ruins of their homeland. She had ruled in Nymeria, one of the last cities to fall, and she understood that the Rhoynar could never return to the Rhoyne. The Valyrians would hunt them down wherever they tried to rebuild. So she took to the sea with everything she could carry. The legends say she commanded 10,000 ships, carrying her people, their children, their elders, their treasures, and the memory of everything they had lost. They sailed from the mouth of the Rhoyne and wandered the coasts of Essos for years, seeking a place that would take them in. Some kingdoms welcomed them for a time, and some turned them away, but none offered a lasting home. Everywhere they went, the shadow of Valyria followed, and the Rhoynar remained a people without a country, carrying their grief from shore to shore. Eventually, after years of wandering, Nymeria turned her fleet toward the west, toward the shores of Westeros. The continent was already ancient by then, with its own deep history stretching back thousands of years. Its own wars between First Men and Andals, its own kingdoms and its own gods. But Dorne, the southernmost realm, was a place apart. It was a land of deserts and rocky coasts, of harsh sun and scarce water, and it was ruled by a patchwork of petty kings who fought one another for dominance. It was there that Nymeria chose to land. The Rhoynar came ashore with their ships, their armies, and a distinct cultural memory of everything they had been. They brought their water magic and their laws, their songs and their sorrow, and they brought Nymeria, who would prove to be one of the most remarkable leaders in the history of Westeros. She understood that her people could not simply conquer Dorne on their own. They were numerous, but they were exhausted, and the Dornish lords were a stubborn and warlike people who would never bow to outsiders. So Nymeria did something that would define the future of the region. She sought an alliance rather than a conquest. She married Mors Martell, a lord of the local First Men and Andal blood, a man whose family held lands along the southern coast. The match was a union of two peoples, the Rhoynar refugees and the Dornish natives, and together Nymeria and Mors set out to unite Dorne under a single rule. It was not an easy task. The petty kings of Dorne resisted fiercely, and the wars that followed were long and bloody. But Nymeria was patient and cunning, and Mors was a capable warrior, and the Rhoynar warriors, who had crossed the sea with her, proved their worth in battle. One by one, the rival houses were defeated, persuaded, or bound by marriage. Nymeria burned her own fleet after the landing, so that her people would understand there was no going back. And that commitment carried them through the years of struggle. At last, the Martells rose above all the others, and Dorne became a single principality under their rule. The union of Nymeria and Mors Martell did more than create a new royal house. It created a new people. The Rhoynar did not vanish into the Dornish population. They shaped it, and they were shaped by it in turn. Their water-conscious traditions took root in a land where water was scarce and precious. The Dornish built cisterns and irrigation channels. They dug wells and guarded them fiercely, and they learned to measure wealth not in gold alone, but in the life-giving flow of water. The Rhoynar also brought their traditions of inheritance, and these were radically different from the rest of Westeros. Among the Rhoynar, Women and men were equal in matters of law and succession, and the Dornish adopted this principle. The eldest child inherited, whether that child was a son or a daughter, and women could rule in their own right, own land and command armies. This was unheard of in the rest of the continent, where the Andals had established a strict tradition of male inheritance, and it gave Dorne a character that set it apart from every other realm. That independence ran deep. Dorne was the final major realm of Westeros to be shaped by a great migration, and it preserved its own path, other than conforming entirely to either the First Men or the Andal models that dominated the rest of the continent. The First Men had their old gods and their ancient pacts, and the Andals had their faith of the Seven and their codes of chivalry. But Dorne blended all of these influences into something new. The Dornish were not as pious as the Andals, and they were not as bound by tradition as the First Men. They were a people who had survived annihilation, who had crossed an ocean in 10,000 ships, and who had built a new home out of desert and stone. They were proud of that, and they defended it fiercely. By the time the Rhoynar had settled and the Martells had unified the region, Dorne had become something the rest of Westeros did not quite understand. It was a land of stark beauty and harsh conditions, a land where the rules of the continent did not quite apply. The Dornish were known for their passion, their cunning, and their refusal to bow to outside authority. They would prove to be the most difficult of all the kingdoms for any conqueror to subdue, and their unique character would endure for thousands of years. And as the centuries passed, Dorne took its place among the many kingdoms of Westeros, each shaped by its own history, each with its own pride and its own grievances. The continent was not unified, and it never had been. It was a patchwork of realms, some large and some small, some ancient and some new. And that patchwork was the world that would one day face the arrival of the Targaryens. After Nymeria's ships burned on the Dornish coast, and after she bound the Rhoynar to the Martells and forged a single principality from a land of squabbling lords, Dorne became what it had never been before, a realm with a name, a border, and a future. And with that, the map of Westeros settled into its final pre-Targaryen shape. Every piece was in place. Every kingdom that would one day kneel to Aegon the Conqueror already existed, in some form, on the eve of his arrival. On the eve of Aegon's conquest, Westeros is not one country, but a collection of rival kingdoms, disputed borders, ancient grudges, and regional faiths. No crown has ever united the continent. No king has ever ruled from the Wall to the Sea of Dorne. The idea of Westeros as a single political unit does not exist yet. What exists instead is a patchwork of realms, each with its own history, its own gods, its own customs, and its own reasons to distrust its neighbours. The North is where the old ways hold strongest. The North remains culturally tied to the First Men. The Starks of Winterfell trace their blood back to Bran the Builder, who raised the wall in the Age of Heroes, and their kings still rule in the old manor. The old gods are worshipped in weirwood groves, in the silent presence of carved faces and blood-red leaves. The North is vast, larger than all the southern kingdoms combined, and it is poor in gold but rich in memory. Its winters are brutal, its people are hardy, and its loyalty to Winterfell is older than any written record. The Andals came to Westeros with steel and fire, and they conquered the Vale, the Reach, the Stormlands, and the Riverlands. But they never took the North. The bogs of the Neck, the poisoned arrows of the Crannogmen, the ruined walls of Moat Cailin, all of it held against them. So the North remains what it has always been. Kingdom of the First Men, keeping their gods and their ways, looking south across the Neck with suspicion and pride. The South is a different world, largely Andalized. The southern kingdoms have absorbed the faith of the Seven, the codes of chivalry, and the customs of hereditary lordship that the Andals brought across the narrow sea. The Vale of Arryn is the heartland of the Andal conquest. The Arryns claim descent from Ser Artis Arryn, the Falcon Knight who led the Andals to victory over the First Men kings of the mountains. The Reach is the most populous and fertile of the southern realms, ruled by the Gardeners, who claim an even older lineage reaching back to Garth Greenhand, the legendary first king of the First Men in the south. The Lannisters of the Rock are first men in blood, descended from the trickster Lan the Clever, but they have long since adopted the faith and the manners of the Andals. The Durandons of Storm's End are older still, their line reaching back to the Storm Kings of the First Men. Yet they too have bent to the Seven. The South has been remade in the image of its conquerors. The old gods have been pushed back to the northern forests, and the faith of the Seven now rules the hearts of most of the continent. And then there is Dorne. Dorne carries the Rhoynar legacy. When Nymeria burned her 10,000 ships, she did not erase her people's past. She planted it in the sand. The Rhoynar brought their customs, their laws, their love of water and song, and their fierce independence. Dorne is now a land of three distinct peoples: the salty Dornish of the coasts, the sandy Dornish of the deserts, and the stony Dornish of the mountains, bound together under the Martell banner. The Rhoynar influence runs deep. Dorne follows the principle of equal inheritance, where the eldest child rules regardless of gender, a custom that shocks the Andal lords of the south. Dorne is poor, hot and difficult to conquer, and no outside power has ever fully subdued it. Its people are a blend of First Men, Andals and Rhoynar, and they are proud of that blend. Across this fractured continent, faith is as divided as politics. The old gods, the faith of the Seven, the drowned god, and forgotten traces of older magic coexist uneasily across the continent. In the north, the Weirwoods still stand, and the children of the forest are remembered in legend if rarely seen. Beyond the wall, the free folk whisper of darker things. The others, the White Walkers of the Long Night, the enemy that nearly ended the world. In the Iron Islands, the drowned god demands that his followers pay the iron price, and the old way of reaving and raiding is still honoured. In the south, the faith of the Seven has built septs and citadels, and the maesters of Old Town measure the years and record the deeds of kings. And beneath it all, older magic lingers, the spells woven into the wall, the green dreams of the Greenseers, the deep roots of the Weirwood trees, the memory of the Long Night itself. The political map is just as tangled. The Riverlands, the fertile heart of the continent, are currently ruled by the Ironborn. House Hoare of the Iron Islands holds the trident, and Harren the Black is raising the largest castle in Westeros at Harrenhal, a monument of black stone and tyranny. The Riverlands have changed hands more times than any other region, as they lie at the centre of every invasion route. The Storm Kings and the Reach have fought over the Dornish marches for centuries. The Reach and the Westerlands nurse old grudges over borders and brides. The Vale watches the Riverlands with hungry eyes, and the North sits behind the neck, content to be left alone. This is the map Aegon inherits, and here is the crucial point. Aegon does not discover the Seven Kingdoms. He creates them from a fractured world whose history began thousands of years before his arrival. The unity of Westeros under a single crown is not a natural condition. It is not the fulfillment of some ancient destiny. It is a political act, a conquest, a remaking of the map by fire and blood. The Seven Kingdoms that will bear his dynasty's name, the North, the Vale, the Isles and the Rivers, the Rock, the Reach, the Stormlands and Dorne, are not seven ancient realms waiting to be gathered. They are the product of millennia of migration, war, alliance, and cultural layering. The first men came, and the children of the forest made peace with them. The long night came, and the world nearly ended. The Andals came, and they remade the south in their image. The Rhoynar came, and they remade Dorne. And now, on the eve of Aegon's conquest, all of that history, 12,000 years of it, is about to be folded into a single story. When Aegon Targaryen lands at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, he chooses ground that belongs to no kingdom. A stretch of coast between the Stormlands, the Reach and the Riverlands, claimed by none and guarded by none. It is an empty space on the map, a place where borders blur and no king's writ runs. And it is there, on that unclaimed shore that he begins to build. The map he inherited is a map of many kingdoms, many peoples, many faiths and many histories. The map he will leave behind is a map of one. The 7 kingdoms are not discovered, they are made.